What's good, everybody? What's good? It's your boy Doc Holiday. And bow. Oh, you terrible. How you gonna drink a soda like just like that? I get crucified every time.
Who crucifies you?
Everybody crucify me once I be eating my food.
No, because this is not ASMR. Like you be chomping and smacking and stuff. This is not an ASMR session.
It'd be good though.
And stuff.
It'd be good.
Different than drinking.
It'd be good. It'd be good food. Good drinking, good food. Can't go wrong with it. You can never go wrong with it. Never go wrong. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm ready for our show. I'm ready to talk about all the great things that's been happening with HBCU football, with HBCU basketball. We got to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, of course, but I'm excited.
All right. Yeah, and I'm excited too. So one thing I did earlier today, and I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna get everybody give them their flowers. J Boo, what's good? What's good? How you doing? We got Lauderdale in the building. Big Memphis 901. We got Johnny Green. Johnny Green in the building. JSU Tigers in the building. And I got my boy right here in North Carolina A&T Zone. Dave from PNP Podcast, Panther Nation Podcast. Also A&T grad. Also Phi Beta Sigma. Also Hip Hop Head. Also
You guys out here got me talking about Chopped and Screwed.
That's me.
On the 20th anniversary of the listening. That's what y'all got me doing today.
The listening.
Yes. You probably never heard the album, have you?
Which one is that one?
This trio, HBCU ties too. This trio from who went to North Carolina Central. They started a group. Fonte, Rapper Big Pooh, and Knife Wonder. Mm-hmm. They made an album called The Listening. Independent album. The album fell on Questlove's lap at a random free concert. They got their buzz off the message boards, got 4 mics in the source, ended up twisting it to a major label deal. Some say it influenced it. Well, it's not a some say. It influenced Drake, Cole, Kendrick, Wale. They were like the first internet group that got their buzz off the internet.
Oh, okay. Ah, man, my bad. I ain't mean to leave you. I ain't need, do all that. I just put it, me. Look, I put it I put it on Twitter. People like, bro, you gonna start an all-out war again?
Yeah, I listen, man. I don't look. There's some things that you just don't do. And one thing that I typically don't do is actually get into a debate about Houston hip hop, because when you start getting into DJ Screw versus 5,000 watts,
nah. Yeah, it just don't feel right. But I'm still gonna. I mean, it's not like, to me, it's not like a who is better, because, man, look, I already know who's better. I grew up on it. I grew up on everything Screw, because half of the stuff I didn't listen to on the East Coast, I listened from Screw. West Coast, I listen from Screw. Midwest, I listen from Screw. So,
yeah, that's the thing. Like,
y'all go ahead and talk, because I don't really know what y'all talking about.
She said she has no idea.
You be the moderator. Before we do that, let's get into these HBCU streets, man.
Absolutely.
We get into these HBCU streets. All right. So what you want to do? You want to do the Legacy Bowl, or do you want to do basketball results?
What? The Legacy Bowl is a very long-winded. Like, you gotta start with around the MEAC and around the SWAC first.
Okay, we'll do that. As always.
Legacy Bowl is woo.
As always, man, we're gonna start around the MEAC and the SWAC. Oh my goodness. Um, I had to say this, and I'm sorry if I'm gonna offend some folks. Uh,
Wait. Before you offend the folks, I want everybody to know that I do not hold whatever he's saying to this. Those are not my thoughts. Before
oh,
he makes
you
enemies.
mean you got to put your disclaimer out there?
Yeah, my disclaimer. Whatever he's saying,
First of all, the first thing you need to ask yourself is which conference are you going to talk about first?
MEAC.
Oh,
He's
the
talking about the MEAC.
MEAC.
I
We're gonna
mean,
put the
come on
MEAC
now.
first. So we're gonna start out with we start out with the women on the MEAC
Let
side.
me pull them. Let me pull them MEAC standings up now, because
All right.
I'm gonna give out the
So
best
the
possible
MEAC
information.
decided to join the party of chaos.
On the women's side or the men's side?
Both.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
let's go ahead and look at those MEAC standings.
Ooh.
Chaos. Chaos is always.
Chaos is relevant.
Chaos is chaos is the norm.
All right. So look, on the women's side, y'all, North Carolina Central came in, gave Howard, I don't know if to call it a beatdown, but 56-51, a 5-point win. Um, just like my boy Dave said, it's chaos out there. Norfolk State destroyed South Carolina State. Who doesn't
That's
destroy South Carolina State
that's
in
that's
basketball?
that's normal.
It was 69-41, 28-point drubbing. Um, surprise. Morgan State loses to Delaware State by 1, 55-54.
Is that an upset
Three
alert?
three straight losses for
Can
Morgan
we hear
State.
the gunshots, please? Upset alert.
3 straight losses for Morgan State. On the women's side, that doesn't look
Morgan
too good.
State. Morgan State was 9-0 before they went to face Norfolk State. And
Mm-hmm.
then Norfolk State told them to pass the damn sticks. And since then they have not won a game.
They have not won a game since that.
Nope. I was
All
at the
right.
game when they lost to Howard. I was
They
in the
got
building.
2 games left. Y'all got 2 games left after this. And Coppin State defeats Maryland Eastern Shore 56-45. So doesn't really matter because this is a 2-team race in a sense of what we talking about.
I'm gonna be
Norfolk and
honest with you,
Morgan.
bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
What's up?
I don't know if it's a 2-team race anymore. Because if
Oh
Morgan
yeah.
doesn't show something soon, they've played well. They've been playing well, but ever since they got that drubbing by Norfolk, they haven't been the same team.
Mm.
And I think Howard has shown they have the ability to beat folks. So it's going to get interesting down the stretch.
Well, it looks like the top half. They battling each other. This like I would call it like Super Smash Brothers melee.
Yeah, the thing is, like Morgan State, they look like they were one of the best women teams in all of HBCUs, and now like there's a lot of and Norfolk was already good. Like I think a lot of folks had Norfolk running through this conference coming into the season, so we definitely. So I mean now and all of a sudden now they're at the top of the conference again, so it's
Yeah.
going to get interesting real fast,
Yes.
real quick.
So everybody's within a game of each other though, and it's funny. Like Central is 3 games behind Norfolk from first place. Howard just 2 games behind first, and Morgan just 1. So it's a dog. Like you said, it's a dog fight to try to get that top spot. Trying to get that top spot. It's a dog fight. We're gonna hit that men's side up. This is where,
Let me put the men up.
yeah, this is
Here comes
where
the chaos. This is the real
this chaos, right? Yeah.
It's the real chaos right here.
All right. Man, we got. While you pull that up, Morgan State goes into Dover, beats Delaware State by 5, 83-78. Eastern Shore. Eastern Shore is tough competition, y'all. Y'all just don't understand how tough these dudes play. Gritty, grimy defense. It's kind of hard for them to score a little bit, but when they actually are on, they are on. Went into Coppin State, defeat them by 21, 78-57. I'm sorry to say this, but I think this is Juan Dixon. He's out of there. It's
at Coppin?
Yeah, it's too much stuff.
Oh yeah.
He's out with the not doing so well in conference, out of conference, and also with that little scandal that they had earlier this year. Yeah, it's over with. Norfolk State defeats South Carolina State as always, 88-76, and this is where your chaos starts. North Carolina Central beats Howard 68-60. Now, Howard is still number one in the standings, but they're tied with Norfolk, so they're 9-3. Both schools are 9-3 in conference. Eastern Shore and Central are 8-4 in conference, so they're tied for second. And then coming in right behind is Morgan State 6-6. So, just like you said, Dave, this is where your real chaos will actually start. And like I said, they got 2 games left in the season. They play Monday and then they play next Thursday. So, looking at Monday, the big matchup is Central versus Norfolk State. That's it. That's in Durham. That's in Durham. All right. That is the big matchup for Monday because that's basically who's going to be number 1, who's going to be like the 4th or 5th seed, pretty much.
What's Howard's next game?
Howard's next game is Monday. Also, they play South Carolina State, so that's a victory by itself. They might.
Okay.
They might well just look.
Doc.
Is it that bad? Is it that bad?
It's just chaotic in that conference, bro. I'm not gonna say that Howard's gonna lose to South Carolina State, but I can say it can happen.
It can happen.
In this conference, it can freaking happen.
I feel you on that.
Yeah, like let's not count them out. Now the record doesn't seem like it could. It will, but but with regards to the standings right now, low key, North Carolina Central, man, they're dangerous in that tournament.
Right.
They figured out their shifts. They figured out their lineups. They figured out their rotations.
Next Thursday is the big game. That game is going to be on ESPNU. That's Norfolk State versus Howard at Howard. Virgin Major is going to be packed out. It's going to be packed out. So that game basically is going to tell who's going to win the conference.
Potentially, because if North Carolina Central beats Norfolk, if North Carolina Central beats Norfolk, then they'll be tied. It'll be a 3-way tie for second, which means that, and then if Norfolk beats Howard, then we're gonna have like a 4-way tie. We're gonna have 4 co-champions, most likely.
What's
with
up
Maryland Eastern Shore, Central, Howard, Norfolk State?
She about to say, "What's up with y'all co-championships?"
Man, let me tell you. You know what's funny?
Okay,
you know what's funny? My daughter's behind me, and we toured a couple of HBCUs while I was down here in Baltimore for the CIAA tournament, and I also went to the Morgan State Howard game on Monday,
Yeah.
and so guess what I saw when I was in there? I saw the trophy of Morgan State's MEAC championship from 2014. Their MEAC co-championship from
Mm-hmm.
2014, because you know they won it with four other teams. There was
Right.
five champions that year. They did go to the playoffs that year in 2014 though. They went to that
Yeah,
state
that
playoffs.
whole like co-champion,
A
everybody
lot of
winning
camp,
the
a lot of
trophy.
conferences do it. A
That's
lot of conferences do
weird.
it.
And I feel like they should basically, when it's a tie, especially in basketball, you have to see, well, who beat who, how much did they beat them by to figure out who is going to be the first seed.
But it's tough, right? Because it's funny you say that because right now for the women for the CAA, they might have a scenario where there might be four people tied for first place in the CAA, and A&T might be one of them. But the problem is you can't even do it by head to head because there's some teams that we only play once and there's some that we play twice because of how big the conference is. Because it's 18
Right.
conference games. We got 18 conference games in the CAA.
That's the reason why that sounds just like SWAC when it comes on both sides.
On
Because
both sides of who, because it's never going to be that for Jackson State women's. It's
well, now
only
what I'm
six
saying is
seeds at the moment.
the way he's saying is that we,
If it's a
you play
tie,
if it's a tie, you go by
You go
um
by who beat who and who has the best overall record.
yeah.
yep. But then again, I mean, but in the grand scheme of things in basketball, it really doesn't matter that much because you're gonna have like it matters from a seeding standpoint when there's a bye involved. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you still got the tournament. The tournament's gonna for us. We're a one big. Most of these leagues are one big leagues, right? So only
Yeah.
one bid's gonna go into the tournament. So you still gotta win the tournament to get in. I
Yeah,
mean,
they
we
you
at
got
one point the CAA had a chance to get two teams in when College of Charleston was ranked, but then they lost to Hofstra, and once that happened, that was it. Well, they still had a chance, but then once they fell out the top 25, that was it.
so then you also have shout out to Tennessee State. I think
I
somebody
think their
said
men's got a chance to sneak up in that tournament, man. There's a
yeah.
legitimate shot that we might get three HBCUs on the men's side and potentially three in the women's side too. I think A&T's got a chance to win this AAA tournament
Yeah.
on the women's side, not the men's side. I think the men's cooked. They're
Yeah.
cooked. They're done. They're done.
Uh,
They won today though. They beat Hampton in overtime. I haven't watched the game yet, but I'm gonna go watch it at some point.
said Tennessee State men's got the 4th seed in the first round
That's
bye
good
in the
stuff.
OBC tournament. So that's good shit right there. That's good
That's good
things right
stuff.
there. So all right. Look, we about to go on and pull up the SWAC women's. Cause that's what
Why?
you
We
waiting
know
on.
we know what it is. Y'all the Monstars, bro. Like I don't know why we even bothering. Y'all are the Monstars. We know what it is.
We are the
Y'all
champions.
already closed it. Y'all already closed it out.
We are the champions.
If y'all
Oh,
slip
they
up in that
destroyed
tournament,
them
let me
by
tell y'all something. Y'all better not slip up in that tournament.
Cause
the
we
only
are
team
the
I feel like that
champions.
Jackson State might have some sort of issue with.
Y'all only lost to one team in the conference, right?
Yeah, that was Prairie View. That was
Yeah.
fluke.
No, I'm just asking the question. I mean, like y'all pretty much dominate everybody in the conference, so it's like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Top
Um,
two, and we ain't two.
so we got Jackson State 14-1. They clinched the conference tonight, and they got their rings from last season. Their ring ceremony was
Let me
today.
pull up. Let me pull up those pictures. These
Oh
pictures.
yeah. Um, right behind them, 2.5 games behind is Alabama State at 12-4. They can ball.
Did
You
y'all
say
play
they're
him?
2.5 games behind. They only have 2 games left.
They got it's 3 games left after
Did y'all
tonight.
play him?
No, they only have 2 games.
They don't have 2 games.
Yep.
Did y'all play him at all this
I
season?
went ahead and broke down because somebody, Miss Donna, she inboxed me and asked me, and so I took a look at. We're the
Okay.
only team from out of those 3 that I looked at. I looked at Prairie View. They only have 2 more games. They have, of course, us on Monday and Texas Southern on Saturday, and then
Okay.
Alabama State has Southern on Thursday and Grambling on Saturday. and the other team that I looked
That's
at.
right. That's right. That's right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Because everybody plays next Saturday. Um, yeah, you're right. Shout out to Miss Rochelle. How you doing, Auntie Rochelle? But yeah, like you said, they the Monstars.
Yeah.
They Debo without getting whooped. They done took everybody's bike. They took everybody's lunch money.
When did y'all play When did y'all play Alabama State?
It had to be early in the year.
I'm just curious. Like, I mean, because they're the only team that's got like a relatively
We
good
played
conference.
on January 9th, 2023.
That was
Alabama.
early.
No, wait, January 7th in
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, Mississippi.
In
We
Jackson.
So y'all did
won
about
90 to
42
48.
points. Jesus
90 to 48.
Christ.
Just like I said, it's the Monstars.
Y'all better not slip up.
I don't think
Like, what y'all,
What?
huh?
Up where? Come on, man.
Let me tell you something.
Okay, now I will say this. Being honest about the analysis, I'm of course I'm gonna big up the women's basketball team, but there are some things that we definitely could improve upon. And one of those things is the turnovers. Like, we have to fix the turnovers. And mainly the reason why we need to fix the turnovers now is because if you get to the tournament, teams are going to capitalize off of it. We've been able to pretty much shut people down, but that's not something that's like a guarantee when you get to a bigger stage and you're playing against a team that has 3 or 4 Daphne Whites and Angel Jacksons the same height.
Oh my God! If y'all ever, if it had,
I'm about to check and see. I'm about to check and see where they got y'all facing right now.
If y'all
whether or not they
have
moved
watched,
y'all seating or not.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't want Jackson to play LSU.
Hey, Miss Rochelle. Listen, we need to be a higher.
They got y'all against Stanford right now.
So that we can face them later, maybe after they get a couple injuries or something. I don't know. Look,
yeah, they got y'all as a 16 seed going to Stanford to play Stanford, which is a 1 seed.
Yeah.
Wait, we're still having to we need to be ranked 14 or 15, and we need to be playing a 2nd seed or a 3rd seed. Like,
truth be told, fun fact: the 1 seed has actually won. The 16 seed has actually beaten a 1. A 3 seed has never beaten. I think it only
happened like once ever.
Yeah, but a 3 seed has never beaten a 14.
Nah,
I mean, a 14's never beaten a 3.
A 12 can beat a 5.
The women's situation is so fascinating because I think like you could probably do it if they put you at the right. It's all about when it comes to the NCAA tournament, it ultimately boils down to the matchups. It boils down to what they put you guys up against. It's about whether or not you match up well with them. Like if you get a draw and you get a team that doesn't, if you go, like let's say Stanford just doesn't match up well against y'all, y'all can mess around and beat them because it's all about matchups. Like when you see these upsets happen, a lot of the times it's not because the 2 seed slept on a 15. It's because the 15 seed is just a bad matchup for that 2 seed.
Right. Well, and a 15 seed can actually sneak up on a 2 seed though too.
They can. But it's just a lot of time. Just like when Steph Curry made that run, Steph Curry was just freaking phenomenal. When he was that 10 seed, almost got to the Final Four. That was just different. Or when Florida Gulf Coast damn near did it, that was just different. Or when George Mason pulled it off as a 12 seed in men's basketball, that's just different.
You know,
they were able to outcoach and take advantage of the matches that they had in front of them. So it's about the draw that you get too.
You remember
because I think like for the CAA winner, they're going to get a 14 seed.
You remember the run that Stephen F. Austin had when they beat West Virginia? We had to play. They played Notre Dame. It's in that same. Okay,
I think what it boils down to.
We're gonna stop talking. I'm just like Kent Clark.
As long as you guys don't play South Carolina, like you're nobody beating them. Ain't none of y'all beating.
Or are y'all just purposely talking over me?
No.
That's ridiculous. Y'all got a little bit too much dip on your chip. Somebody asked a question on who was the out of conference wins for the ladies.
The out of conference wins for the ladies, I think it was Texas Tech.
Louisiana.
Yeah. Um,
So did
they
Southeastern Louisiana as
Southeast
well.
Louisiana. Also, when they played, what's that? So that November. Let's see, that's men's. I'm looking.
It's only November and December, right?
Yeah,
No, that's women.
women.
I'm looking at women right now.
Okay, so
Texas Tech. That's a
And they
how.
Texas Tech, Louisiana, and they also beat Southeastern Louisiana.
right.
So is Texas Tech any good to this year?
I cannot say that they are good or anything like that, but
Let me check. Because because that matters. Like you got to look and see. Texas Tech is in the Big 12, right? Or am I tripping?
yeah,
They're 8th in the Big 12 right now.
they are. Yeah, they weren't good.
Oh shit! That means they ain't that good. They 5-11, 17-12 overall record, but they 5.
But they gonna send. But they gonna go into the conference tournament anyway. So
Well, they go to the conference tournament, but are they going to make the NCAA tournament? See, that's the key. Like you got to when you so that's how you that's
They
where
beat number
RPI
19
and
Texas. They beat number 19 Texas.
they beat
who
Texas.
who
Texas
did?
Tech beat Texas.
Oh, okay. That must have been early in the conference year.
Yeah, they're 1-5
They
against
beat
AP.
21 Colorado. They beat 25 Middle Tennessee. Like they actually have some wins on their plate.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they're not going
Oral
to make the
Roberts,
tournament.
Mercer,
They're not going to make the
Sam
tournament.
Houston,
They're not going to make the tournament with that
Riverside.
record.
Excuse me.
They're not going to make the tournament with that record.
we just talk about Texas Tech. I understand
Yeah.
what you say. She about to get in you about that state.
No,
I
look,
don't.
listen. Listen. Because at the beginning of the season, Jackson State had one of the hardest schedules. Like they had a hard out of conference schedule on the women's basketball side. There's no question about that. Y'all had a strong RPI going into the season because y'all had that schedule you guys had was brutal. Like Coach Reed was not. Coach Reed was making sure you guys were ready, and kudos to her for doing that. Because y'all had a gauntlet of a schedule. There's no question about that.
Let's see. So
But for
I
y'all, the
think
goal is to not run. The goal is to make sure you guys don't get in the play-in game and have to face South Carolina. That's the goal. You do not want to face South Carolina.
I don't want to see them.
No.
Wait,
You know what the
what?
problem is.
Absolutely not. We don't. See, I always say that things are about race, but I really do think they are because, like, come on now. Can you imagine if Jackson State beats LSU or Stanford? Number one, once again, it'll be like a power shift once again. The same way there's a power shift in football, there will be a power shift in basketball as well. So you have to look at the politics of it and why we see that most of the time HBCUs are not seated high. I'm
I
pretty
do.
sure Blue could probably talk about the like statistics of it, but you would have to argue that Jackson State did have a really tough schedule.
Oh, there's no question you guys didn't have a stuff schedule, but I think the key is like I'm looking at the schedule right now. Like when
Mm-hmm.
you look at, but the thing, like, but the difference from last year and this year, you guys were dominant last year. Y'all didn't lose a single conference game last year, right?
No, when,
Y'all dominated last year. Y'all didn't lose a conference game last year at all, and y'all were dominant the entire year, and y'all ran through the tournament. Ran through the tournament. That's different than what happened this year so far. And when you talk about quality wins, you got some wins out of conference, but like you needed to beat like one of these other teams, like a UCLA or a North Carolina, or like one of these other teams.
What's the North Carolina A&T women's basketball team gonna do this year?
I mean, I'm hoping they win the tournament, but that's
Then
probably the
what?
best we might. And then we're not gonna beat the 3 seed, whoever that is, because we're not big enough. We're not gonna be big enough because the thing is we'll probably get the 14 seed because of the conference.
Uh-oh,
Uh,
Mr. Ford says send the link. Mr.
yeah,
Ford about to
I
pop
got
up
them.
on here. You know he
Go
gonna
ahead, Mr. Ford, bring it on, man.
Blue needs to call in for the HBCU Legacy Bowl while he over there playing.
Oh
Put
We
me over
man.
gotta finish
Tyler's.
the men's basketball real quick. I
Yeah.
mean, it's women's and it's Jackson State versus nobody else. No, I'm just kidding. We are so proud of
Nah, I mean right now
the basketball
the three
women's
C's is
team.
like Ohio State, Iowa, Notre Dame, and Duke. And right now they got the CAA champion going up against Notre Dame. I don't want them problems. That's a tough one.
All right, so let's get into it on the SWAC men side, y'all.
What's up with the SWAC man? I know it's still chaos in there too.
Jackson State pulled that win out. They pulled the win. That's what
They-
we needed. We needed that win. See,
How y'all like y'all coach? I met Herb today. I ain't have time to talk to him about your boy Mo. So
Go, go ahead, go ahead, Mo.
I ain't saying nothing.
How you feel?
Look, man, my team ain't
Mo?
got a basketball coach right now, so I ain't gonna say anything.
Oh, that's right. Cause y'all still.
We ain't
what
got
are
no
we even
basketball
talking
coach.
about here? This is Mo Williams' first season, and he was ranked. Weren't we ranked at the bottom of the totem pole?
Yeah, we want.
We're
We
literally
want
tied
supposed
for
to finish.
second right now.
We weren't supposed to finish no lower than like
We're
9th or 10th.
literally tied for second right now, right?
Right. What's going on, Mr. Ford? Uh-oh.
Hey, how's it going?
Bethune
Doing
Cookman
good.
with the upset.
So,
Yeah, I saw that.
Jackson State beats Texas Southern 71-69. Bethune, yes, that was an upset. Bethune with the upset on Southern 60-53. Grambling goes down to Tallahassee, defeats FAMU 69-55. Prairie View, that's an upset right there, y'all. Prairie View takes out Alcorn 75-71. In Alcorn. At Alcorn, y'all. At Alcorn. Let me say it again for the folks in the back. At Alcorn. Alabama.
Where's the gunshots? Where are the gunshots?
I just did it.
We can't hear it.
I don't hear
We
nothing.
can't hear it tonight.
Ah, here you go.
Here, I'm gonna do it for you. There you go.
Hey, oh Lord.
No comment on your.
And then the Magic City Classic on the basketball court. Alabama A&M comes up with the 5-point victory over Alabama State, 55-50. It was some games going up there. And guess what? Mississippi Valley about to pull out the victory over Arkansas Pine Bluff. Right now, 78-72 with 6 seconds left in the second half. So, eternal chaos in the SWAC on the men's side, y'all. Eternal chaos.
I'm getting ready to play the Hell Wildcat song today because they are out here shaking things up on the SWAC men's side. We need to be playing Hell Wildcats.
Oh Lord, I got to see what they're gonna do because I think they're tied for 8th place right now. In conference, so they have to win out. They got Grambling next on Monday, and they have to win out to where they can actually make the conference tournament. And then they have FAM on Saturday. They'll be able to win that game Saturday. I don't see them losing a FAM.
I saw that score from
Pull
FAMU and
that
Grambling.
video up so I can show you.
What do you think, Mr. Ford? The chaos?
Well, I mean, looks like the best two teams are Alcorn and Graham. I was listening to your guest ask Mr. Mona how does he like her coach? How does he like his men's coach at A&T? I think they're losing.
Ooh.
How do you like your men's coach at A&T?
Mr. Ford, we ain't got a coach. We ain't had a coach. We ain't had a coach since August.
Okay, so who's your interim?
Shumpert. Shumpert's our coach.
Okay, so do you like him?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. All I'm going to say is this. We've been looking for our new head coach since we let the other coach go in August. And I have a feeling that we're going to have our new coach hired during March Madness.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw y'all got third place in the indoor men and fourth place for the women indoor in the CAA.
Yeah, considering how many people we lost, I think they did good, and we got more folks that run outdoor than indoor.
Okay.
So we sit in a good spot. I think we had an outside shot, but I think what did us in was that we never had a lot of distance runners, and we never had a lot of field folks. So if we didn't win those field events, then it was going to cost us, and we would have to go like we have to sweep pretty much all the sprints, and we didn't sweep them all.
So when you
So
go into the CAA men's basketball tournament, y'all one and done, right? Y'all play one game and lose, right?
depends on the draw. I think we don't know who we're going to play yet because we got to wait and see what happens in the last set of games.
Oh,
But
okay.
it depends on the draw. We might win one game, but after that, that's it. But
What we got right
Push up button.
Got them sweating. Woo, they were sweating.
Push up button.
here? They're talking about
they had let me tell you something, man. They had us placing 11th in the men's. We're gonna end up like 6th or 7th. So
and
You get a 6 or 7 seed in the CAA with a losing record.
yeah, we're
Whoa.
like 8-10. We're 8-10 in the conference. We beat
So,
Hampton today in
so
overtime.
what's your standing? Your number? You said your number what?
Let me check. Let me pull it up real quick. I think we're 6th or 7th. I think we're 7th. Let me double check.
it said
I was at the
ANT got
CIAA
the
tournament, so I
7th
didn't get
seed.
to watch the game today. I didn't watch the game today, but I know we won. I saw the score.
It said y'all got the 7th seed right now.
Yeah, but it depends on what happens. Tonight. We're either going to play Northeastern or Delaware. Depends on what happens with the last set of games, I believe. Yeah, we are.
HBC,
We are.
HBCU
We're 6. We're 6. We're tied with Delaware at 8-10 in the conference.
Who's leading the conference?
Hofstra and Charleston are tied at 16-2.
That's College of
Hofstra got-
Charleston, right?
Yep, College of Charleston.
College.
Hofstra got the tiebreaker because Hofstra beat Charleston.
Okay.
So now, did we said this on Wednesday on Twitter that Alcorn and Grambling don't meet each other no more because they played early in the season. Alcorn came out with the 3-point win against Grambling early in the conference play, so they don't play each other no more. Now, if it stays as a tie in the conference,
Alcorn gets the
Alcorn gets
seed.
the 1 seed, and Grambling gets the 2.
Y'all share the
also-
title?
Nah, they don't do no shared titles here.
You sure about that?
They don't do no shared titles as a sweat. We don't do no
No,
shared
no,
titles.
you sure about that? Are you assuming that, or are you assuming that?
I'm assuming it, but I don't do no
You
shared
did not
titles. as a
look.
sweat.
I think that I have a feeling if Dr. Cavill was here, she'd probably tell you that they probably share that title. Alcorn's probably gonna get that 1 seed out of because of the head-to-head. But I'm pretty sure they probably share that title. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Y'all can't hear me?
No, I can't hear. She loves thee.
You got your mic? Your mic?
I'm about to pull the SWAC stand. I'm about to pull up the SWAC rules right now. I'm gonna check. You guys be out here trying to, because a lot of conferences do that, man. Y'all be picking on the MEAC, but there's other conferences that do the shared titles. Some decide the FCS playoff spot by a coin flip. That happened. That happened this season.
Ruben already put it up there.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Ruben. Get ready for y'all co-trophies.
I ain't worried about it. But we tied for second place with Southern at 96, Alabama A&M at 97. After this loss to Valley. And no, they played. That was Arkansas Pine I'm tripping. Also, Preview is 8-8, but that was still a big win at Alcorn, y'all. At Alcorn, Texas Southern 7-9 after losing to Jackson State. Bethune-Cookman, like I said, with the big upset, and they are 7-9 in conference right now. So Remember, the top 8 teams go to the conference tournament. Everybody else get to sit at home and watch on ESPN.
Hey, has Southern lost like 4 in a row or what? 4 or 3 in a row?
Southern has lost 3 in a row.
3 in a row. So is that really an upset?
To Bethune, it might be an upset, but I know
that's an upset, man.
The Southern is they're like a donut team. It's a donut team, good in the perimeter, weak in the middle. They don't have shot blockers, don't have major rebounders. I told you before, the leading rebound on the team averages 4 rebounds a game. You can't win the SWAC like that. You can't win. You can't. They've run out of steam.
That's bad.
Yeah, like Mr. Mona said, they got to go get them 6'9s. They don't have that gorilla in front of the hoop.
Shout out to the car company. Shout out to the car rental company up in the chat, though. If we were AT&T, bro, my school wouldn't need no money at all, man. We'll have all the money. We have all the billions of dollars. I will say that. Then,
oh my goodness, Grambling is on a 6-game winning streak right now. Prairie View's on a 3-game winning streak, and Bethune-Cookman is on a 2-game winning streak.
Yeah. It was pitiful today. They had senior day at Florida A&M, 9,000-seat arena. They honored the 1978 SIAC basketball champions. That featured Clement Johnson. Went to the NBA and played with Julius Erving, won the NBA championship in '83. They only had 900 people at the game.
Oh,
that arena holds 9,000.
That ain't good.
Yeah. My thing is they should have locked the dorms and made them come to the game.
Oh my goodness, that ain't good.
It make no sense. It's senior day, you honoring one of your great teams of the past, and you don't get but 900 people in the game. Your arena seats 9,000. Your arena seats more people than Georgia Tech, and Georgia Tech is Power 5. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed, man, and I'm pretty sure Florida A&M is dealing with the same challenges, is that when it comes to basketball, man, you gotta win. Like, you have to win. Like, you gotta win. And Florida A&M hasn't been a winning program in a while. And you gotta say the same thing for the men's program for A&T. You gotta win.
Well, winning starts in the president's office. We said that over. My thing is, does President Robinson want a winner at Florida A&M? Does he really care? Because I've told you over and over, winning starts with the president, goes from the president to the athletic director, the faculty rep, and then to the coaches, the support staff, and then the players. The thing at Florida A&M is, do they care about basketball? Do they really care about track and field? Do they care about anything other than football? That's the question.
They need to care about something
else
other than football, because football ain't.
They got volleyball. They still good in volleyball, right? They're good in volleyball, ain't they?
I don't even know. I got to check and see on that one too.
Jackson State, so maybe they need to find something else to invest in.
Well, the key is you gotta, man. Listen, it's been fun watching FAMU struggle, because they really don't want to talk about sports right now. They don't, because they don't have anything to say.
Well, they talking about football. The ones in Atlanta, that's all they talk about is football, because I work with a lot of them.
Do it. Did you ask them about their schedule?
Oh, they're very upset about that.
Do not get on that. Do not get on that.
Look, man. Look. There's one thing that I am consistent.
Yeah, they're very upset about that.
Oh, I am consistent. And I already gave my theory about that. Like, like when you make the decision to have the classics, when you make the decision to try to, you have to have these home games, and you can't, and you're not willing to do those home and homes, and you want to go home first.
Mm-hmm.
They got to be at your house first, and that's why you get these Division II schools. You out here getting these schools from California. These schools are Division II.
That's a problem, because they could have easily brought in Tuskegee, Albany State, Fort Valley. You in a 12-team conference. You don't have to bring in no Lincoln. You can't tell me that. You don't have to bring in Lincoln.
So that's my thing, right? So then they'll go 9-2. They'll go 9-2.
They could have brought in North Carolina A&T. They could have brought in A&T.
They could have.
Yeah.
They could have. They could have.
So,
They could have pulled up.
They could have brought in Central. They could have brought
Yeah.
in. There's a lot of teams they could have
A
brought
lot
in.
of teams they could have brought in. That's ridiculous. I mean, you asking these people to pay for four. You're asking them to pay for 4 home games, and you got 2 Division II programs on there. That makes no sense at all. They have 2 quality games. There's Homecoming, there's Prairie View, and then they got Alabama State. Who wants to see Lincoln? Okay.
Nobody.
And then if they're not careful, that Western, then they don't be. They better be careful. That Western Florida team will beat they behind. They might.
And let me tell you something. I'm going to be very clear when I say this, and I'm going to be very clear. If their home winning streak ends because of West Florida, they will not hear at the end of it from me.
They gonna get slaughtered on the show. I'm sorry.
I don't care. I understand that West Florida is a good football team. I understand that. I understand they recently won a national championship. I get all that. They're still Division II. You better not lose that game at home.
They would get them. See, get them. Get them.
That heat coming. It's coming. That heat is coming.
Hey, if they lose to West Florida, I'm done. They out here facing Brooklyn Brawlers and some of the biggest wrestling jobbers on planet Earth as their home games. If they mess around and lose to a Division II school in their home win streak. Where Mr. Campbell?
It
ain't the first time.
FAMU. I'm not getting ready to say nothing about FAMU because
you are, and it's fine.
No,
you can.
when I tell you I've said enough, and I like to be petty on Twitter.
I'm consistent. I gave y'all heat about y'all schedule in the past. I'm going to give them their heat. I gave FAMU heat last year when they were complaining about missing the playoffs, and I said your schedule was trash. That's why you missed it.
Yeah,
you got to play people.
I blame Gaucher on that.
I mean,
sweep around your own front door. Sweep around mine.
Oh Lord, here she go.
I'll throw some smoke at North Carolina A&T too. Sweep
all
around.
You want. We got a football coach. I'm good now. We good. We got a coach. We got a football coach. We just ain't got no basketball coach right now.
I can see why y'all lost them football games. I was looking at your quarterback on that HBCU legacy game.
Let's get to it. He's trash.
You ready to talk about it? I haven't watched the game yet. I've been at the CIAA tournament all week. I
actually wanted. How was that CIAA?
Let me tell y'all. I didn't go to all the games because I brought my daughter with me. We went on some college tours this week too. But let me tell y'all something, man. The games I went to were intense as hell, and there were some rivalry games involved for some of them. Like one of the finals was Shaw versus East. It was versus Elizabeth City for the women. Mm-hmm. But there were some really good games. There were some upsets, some phenomenal upsets that I got to catch when the Virginia Union men lost to Winston-Salem State.
Wow.
Didn't Charlotte's JCSU defeat the number 1 seed?
Mm-hmm. They beat Virginia Union, the women.
Congratulations. That's Johnston C. Smith out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yep. It was on my list when I was
They just forward roll.
Upset. But they did lose in the next round. But that just the fact that you beat the number 1 seed, that's something to be commended for.
Yeah, that's
it was
they just forward.
I don't because I had my daughter, I didn't really hit no parties like that. We went to they had a battle of the bands for Fan Fest, which was free yesterday, which was really awesome. So we caught the first 2.5 hours of that because I wanted to leave to go catch the games. And, so I caught a couple games yesterday. I caught at least 2 games each day. And the finals were today, which were really good. So it was pretty dope. It was a really dope experience. Definitely would try to do it again.
What was the attendance for the boys' game?
Oh, my God. It was pretty packed in there, man. I got some pictures. Let me see if I can pull them up real quick. I got some pictures.
Hey, look. So we talked about
the attendance was pretty good. I don't think Charlotte's getting that. I don't think Charlotte's getting it back. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. Charlotte's not getting that back.
That's what I'm about to get into. That's what I'm about to get into.
Their racism will cost them that. They ain't getting that back. Because I ran into Stephen Gaither, who runs HBCU Game Day, and we talked about it, and he was saying that the attendance tends to be better in Baltimore when it comes to going to the games, right? Everybody's gonna party. You're gonna have your party, and shout out to Winston-Salem State, shout out to the Rams. They won the men's tournament. And Elizabeth City State University, the women won the women's tournament.
Wow, that's cool.
That guy's a good coach at Winston-Salem. That's Cleo Hill Jr. His daddy was a legendary basketball player at Winston-Salem for Big House Games. He's a
Mr.
good coach.
Ford gonna break it down.
Yeah, he's a. I wish we could get him in the SWAC. His name is Cleo Hill Jr. Huh?
Don't be stealing their coach.
Yeah, I'd like to get him in the
Where would
SWAC.
he go? He would go to FAMU?
Yeah, he would be great at FAM. You're right.
FAM needs somebody.
Yeah, he'd be
FAM
great
needs
at
somebody.
FAM.
They need,
Well,
they
FAM
need
is
Jesus.
according to Kofi, they want a new girls and a new men's coach. Yeah, he'd be great at FAM.
Well, the last thing that I will say about like CIAA and Charlotte treated those CIAA folks terrible. I was actually residing in Charlotte at the time that they had it. It was a big thing, but there was some racism going on with regards to them doing surcharges, the ridiculousness of the hotel prices. Like, I'm not staying at Best Western and paying $300 a night. Are you out your damn mind?
Don't forget the Bayou Classic. They do the same thing at the Bayou Classic.
And I don't know who is running. Well, I do know like it's cricket, but the Celebration Bowl, they have it wrapped up tight. You can get a room, like you just go through their website, and if you book it early enough, you're only paying $80 a night. Like I commend them for working with Atlanta and also those hotels to make sure you don't have to pay like $80-$90 a night, and it's fixed. Of course, once that all gets booked up, they increase the prices. But that's one thing that I can say is that for the Celebration Bowl and hopefully for the MEAC SWAC Challenge, that they make it affordable.
Well, I'll tell you who else does that price gouging is Tallahassee, Florida. Anytime FAM and Florida State in town, check the prices.
I will say this. Like, this is my first CIAA tournament because it was because like it's a 6-hour drive for me because I live in New England. And I will say, like, my hotel, it was $95 a night. Parking wasn't fun, but I mean, most hotels around here was costing between $125 and $135 a night, give and take. That ain't bad.
That ain't bad though. That really is not bad. So,
well, I mean, the parking at this hotel was like $40 a night.
And that's what I would do. Like anybody who's renegotiating their contracts for the classics that you're bringing to these big cities, call up the people at the Celebration Bowl and ask them, what did you guys do to get these hotels on board? And more importantly, like make sure that the restaurants and everybody as well agree to certain things, because you're bringing in millions and millions and millions of dollars into the city for just one weekend, but you shouldn't take advantage.
But to go back to the atmosphere of the game, Charlotte was more focused on going to these parties, and folks weren't paying tickets to go to these games. Right. Baltimore is paying tickets to go to these games, and it showed today. Today.
But you got to realize Baltimore is a basketball city, though.
Yeah, but that's my point. That's my point, right? Charlotte is not. Charlotte's a football town more than a basketball town.
And just the makeup, even more so now, it definitely has changed over the last 3 to 4 years.
Yeah. Like the thing is, I think there's this perception because the Hornets was there for so long, but they've always had college football. College football is the lane. Right, it's always been a lane in Charlotte. So from that standpoint, it's always been that way.
So Coach Dooley actually won something.
I go to the legacy.
I would actually give the credit to Tennis Berry personally. I would actually give the credit to Tennis Berry.
If you're still in the chat, I'm about to send you the link over here so you can jump
Dooley
in.
won something. Public service announcement. Dooley won something.
And by the way, Mr. Ford, I know you guys slandered my quarterback, but I got a question for you. Based on Twitter, it sounded like the offensive lines on both sides were getting dominated pretty bad. How ugly was it? Like, was it because the defensive lines were just that much better? I haven't watched the game. I'm gonna watch it probably tomorrow.
Well, the defensive line for the Eddie Robinson team was real dominant. It had Jason Dumas and it had this other guy, number was it Cam Jordan? Cam something.
Yeah, Cam Peterson.
Cam Peterson, he was tough, and then they had a boy wearing number 9. They looked really good. It was the defensive line for Eddie Robinson's team. Really, they controlled the whole game. Now that boy from Florida A&M showed out. Don't want to get that wrong.
I picked Gate to win. I picked Gate to win, but I said only if Fowler gets the time, because I felt like Fowler's probably the best quarterback of the bunch, but he had to get the time because Gerald was there for practice. My boy Gerald, who does draft HBCU players, he was saying that the defensive lines were dominating in practice, dominating on both sides. So I was like, so the concern for me was the time. But if they figured out a way to get the ball to Xavier Smith was going to be out of there. I think Xavier Smith's legit.
Yeah,
so
I've
just landed FAMU for other reasons, but that kid's legit. He's legit. Xavier Smith. No, Xavier Smith, receiver.
He was offensive MVP.
Yeah, he's tough. That kid, he's going to be a slot in the league. I just hope that he can return punts and kickoff. He'll see the field faster.
If the NFL lets the Chiefs get that man, I swear to God.
Oh, it would be awesome. Under the Andy Reid tent, man.
Oh my God! If they let Patrick Mahomes get the throw to that man, my head hurts thinking about it.
That's a nice combination right there.
Yeah, it would be great.
You take, bro, ugly.
Because we in draft season, man. We in draft season right now on my podcast, so we already trying to figure out what the hell Carolina gonna do.
Listen, I'm not trying to be funny, and I was definitely a 2015, 2016 fan of the Panthers, but I wouldn't want to be drafted. I wouldn't want my enemy to be drafted to Carolina Panthers.
No, they're fine. I think they got to get roster. They just need a quarterback. They just need a quarterback. We got a coach.
They just need a quarterback. Having a quarterback is the main thing that you need. Then you need an offensive lineman.
We got good. We got a line. We finally got a line. Cam never had one, but we got one now. We got a line. We got a pretty good defense. We're about to switch to a 3-4 though, because we got a whole new coaching staff now.
McCaffrey said see ya, and he went to the playoffs in the same year.
Yep, McCaffrey said see ya, and all of a sudden our offense actually looked good.
When he went to the 49ers, he looked great.
They still didn't hire that black coach. So, I mean, for me, the Panthers, I feel like we're going to be hearing for the next couple of years, trust the process once again, because they're cursed. The Panthers will forever be cursed for how they did Cam Newton, forever.
I'll be honest, two things can be true. Steve Wills could have gotten a raw deal, and Frank Rice could have been the right choice. Right. Because let me tell you something. That coaching staff that he brought in, we got a black offensive coordinator. We got a black defensive coordinator.
We need black head coaches until you do right by me.
Don't worry. If you're a Cowboys fan, I pray for you because they never had a minority coach, period. So what's up?
Hey,
I'm not a Cowboys fan.
I'm the Cowboys fan. Y'all talking to the biggest Cowboys fan right here.
Yeah.
Cowboys
I ain't never had one. I don't know when Jerry ain't gonna ever get y'all.
I'm gonna tell you this like this. Like I told my
at least we had Ron Rivera for 10 years.
I'm gonna tell you just
Jerry is a robot. He's been gone. I'm
gonna tell you just like this. Like I told my boy First Letter. I said, look, Steven has to pull a gangster move on his daddy just to get the control of the team. Like
that goes for the Cowboys too. Until you do right by me.
Did you ever hear the story about how Al Davis got ownership of the Raiders?
Never.
Let me tell you something. So I guess like back then he was like because you remember back then he was also the head coach.
Right.
So there was like multiple partners of the Raiders, and he was one of the partners of the Raiders, but there was one managing partner. So what Al Davis did while the lead managing partner was on vacation, he had a meeting. And that meeting was to make him the sole managing partner of the Raiders while he was on vacation. So when my man came back, he no longer had control of the Raiders anymore.
Wow, they pull
that, yo, like Al Davis is like one of the most fascinating guys in the NFL. by far in NFL history, by far, like one of the most gangster guys that I've ever seen. And he did pave ways for a lot of things too.
Yeah,
you know, when it came to African American players, African American coaches, he was ahead of the time when it came to
Latino coaches. He did it all.
Yeah,
like, he
didn't mess around because he wanted to win. Just win, baby. He didn't care.
All I just want to know is, okay, we're kind of drifting off to the NFL, but this is a serious question. What is with these mediocre white quarterbacks being rated higher, or like, oh, this white quarterback deserves guaranteed money, but Lamar Jackson doesn't deserve guaranteed money?
Do you want to take Mr. Ford?
I'll take it.
Yeah,
I can take it. You can go first, Mr. Ford.
I guess it's just segregation in play. You got to remember the weakest position for many, many years in the NFL was quarterback, because you had, like you said, you had so many mediocre white boys. But the reason they don't want a lot of black quarterbacks is because the quarterback position is the highest paying. You see, a lot of them white boys that's sitting on the bench, they making millions, and all they doing is carrying a clipboard and writing down a few stats. But they've always wanted that quarterback position to be a country club position for white boys. And I mean, like you said, really, to me, I'd like to see Lamar Jackson leave Baltimore, because they know better than that.
Now he needs to come to the Panthers. Now listen. Now look, listen to me. Now if they got Lamar Jackson to the Panthers and they have the O-line to protect him, listen.
It'll be over.
Do you want to know where he's going to end up?
We would be in the Super Bowl.
You want to know where he's going to end up?
And then I'll be back, because that will be correcting the wrongs that they did to Cam Newton. So I'll be on board.
So let's talk about Lamar real quick. The issue with Lamar isn't the fact that a team isn't willing to pay him the money. The issue is the fact that Baltimore isn't willing to pay him the money. There's other teams in the NFL that's willing to give him what he wants. The problem is that Baltimore owns the rights to him. But I have a feeling that that's not going to be the case.
Did they franchise? They didn't tag him.
They don't have to tag him yet, but I'm pretty sure they will. If they do not tag him, it's going to get interesting, because then he's going to be able to walk.
No,
and
Lamar
he will walk.
Lamar does not need to go to Atlanta. He needs to go to a team that is semi-built. So look, the Panthers, semi-built. You know, they had a chance. The Steelers.
Steelers can't.
Steelers just drafted a quarterback. That ain't happening. You can get over. Steelers just drafted a quarterback.
The Detroit Lions.
Detroit is
over Jerry
Detroit. Nah, I think Detroit. The problem with Detroit is, I think.
I'm gonna tell you like
I don't
this.
think
a perennial loser. That's Detroit.
I'm gonna tell you.
No. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
Detroit was literally one game away from going to the playoffs. Detroit has changed, and yes,
all they had to do was be Carolina.
All they had to do was play James Houston from jump.
Yeah, and they didn't do it.
I'm telling you right now, if James Houston would have started week 1,
it'd have been a whole different.
They just games would have. Well, shout out to A&T alum Brad Holmes, who's the GM of the team, who drafted the man.
No, he got to put North Carolina.
I just want to let y'all know, and shout out to him. He just signed another Aggie, Matt McCain.
And there's another Aggie in here. Who runs the Commanders? Martin Mayhew. Is he A&T?
No, I don't think so.
He's not A&T. Okay.
You said Martin Mayhew?
Yeah. Where's he come from? What's his background?
Let me see.
I can check.
Lamar needs to be with the team with a good O-line, because guess what? Lamar needs to. I'm saying this for his health.
He's going to Atlanta.
He needs to run less.
It'll need to come to Atlanta. That's a worse situation.
That's
he
the
went to
reason
Florida
why
State.
he can't.
He went to Florida State. Okay.
He can't finish his whole season because they running that man to death. Like, he needs to run a little bit less. So he needs
But the thing is but some of that's on him too, and he's even admitted it, because that's just the way he plays.
Right.
Because I think a factor too, and I don't think it's fair, because they've paid all these other quarterbacks that be getting hurt too. But I think that's the other factor too, that the last 2 seasons he hasn't been able to finish the year. But that doesn't change the fact that man, the offer that they gave him, that Baltimore gave him, was insulting as shit.
Here, I think it was 150 million.
It was only 150 guaranteed. It was only 150 guaranteed. That wasn't enough.
So listen, if somebody gave me that offer, first of all, I wouldn't have even responded. Don't even respond. Don't respond at all. Just walk.
And it's a funny thing. People talk about how Dak Prescott got his deal, the 160, right? Um, but if you look at all the other quarterbacks that's out there right now, they just signed their deals like within a year or two in that time frame. That Prescott deal is more
Cheap
like
now.
chump change. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
cheap
chump
now.
change.
Deshaun Watson didn't even play a damn game. Is
And he
known
got
to
money.
is known to purposely sexually assault or harass women. Like they got his number. I know they got a clause in there that if he does anything that they can just withdraw all the money. So
$230 million guaranteed.
there has to be
Mhm.
something in there that says if you fuck up again, oops, excuse my language, but if you mess up again,
You
you're
good.
gone. So that $230 million price tag, I know there's some stuff in there that comes with it. But the fact that he was able to get that deal and he only paid what, 2 games?
That's his
Nah, he
agent. No, he
played.
played 6.
Three?
He
He
played
played
6
6. He played 6.
Played
He came
six.
in. He came in after week 11.
after
So,
suspension.
mhm.
But here's the thing though.
Oh, his
That's
agent
on
was.
that's on the agent too. Like the
So
agent's the MVP.
who is his agent? Who is Lamar's
I gotta
agent?
look it up. But let me tell you something.
Lamar
That
don't have
agent,
an agent. Lamar is his
Lamar
own
is his own
agent.
agent.
Well, then
That's
that's the damn problem. Maybe he needs to
nope,
get an
nope,
agent to
nope,
say
nope,
220 million
nope,
guaranteed.
The
nope.
the
Because
best thing.
you know why that's not true? Because there was another player on the Ravens that got this crazy deal, and he's his own agent too.
Well, he
It
needs to
boils
call
the,
up that agent and just, you know what? He could just not
it,
respond.
Lamar's getting help
Baltimore
from the
doesn't want to pay
NFLPA
him.
too. Yeah,
Baltimore just doesn't want to pay him.
Lamar's getting
Baltimore
help
don't
from
want to
the.
pay him.
Yeah, he's getting help from the NFLPA too. So it's not like he's representing himself, but it's not like he just out there ass naked in the streets and he don't know what's going on with the, you know what I'm saying, with all the money and stuff like that. So
They
he's getting
did
his.
say this that the NFL losing teams don't hold value for teams that they have to pay, like for players that they have to pay huge amounts to. There's there's no value in it. So that's probably why they don't want to pay him because they know they're not going to the Super Bowl in the next 2 years.
Nah, it's not
No,
that.
they don't want to pay him. They don't want to pay him because Baltimore's cheap. They've always been that way.
Yeah.
Baltimore believes that certain positions are worth a certain value. They've always been that way and they've always won that way.
But the quarterback position has never been the most interesting thing for Baltimore.
You-
It's
you
always
know-
been
you-
defense and offensive
You
line.
you know who was the
know
most
that they had
angry-
Trent Dilfer, didn't it? Didn't they win a Super Bowl with Trent
They
Dilfer?
won a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer, and then they
What?
let Trent Dilfer walk.
Walk.
They let his ass walk after they won a Super Bowl with that man.
For nothing.
They said they didn't need him. And then they had to
'cause
wait
he
another
couldn't-
decade to
he
go
couldn't throw
back.
to nobody but Shannon Sharp. That's the only person he could throw to.
And it worked, and they won a Super Bowl, and they
'cause
still
of the
let that man
defense.
walk.
all they told him, the defense, all he said was, you scored 10, 12
Give us
points.
10 points, and we got it. We
And
got
we
you
got
from
it.
there. Yeah.
And that defense was dominant.
But that's the thing, right? You can win a Super Bowl without like an elite level quarterback. You just need an efficient quarterback because everybody's not going to be Patrick Mahomes. Everybody can't have Patrick Mahomes. Like
In the last 5 years, what team has made it to the Super Bowl without an elite quarterback?
Didn't Jimmy Garoppolo go to the Super
Jimmy
Bowl?
Garoppolo went
Yeah,
twice.
Garoppolo went twice.
Jared Goff went.
Yeah.
Are they
Yep.
mediocre?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Jared Goff, if he did not have Sean McVay as his head coach, he was not.
Jared Goff, let me tell you something. Jared Goff was so mediocre that they got his ass out of there.
What's up, Blue?
They got him out of there to bring in Stafford. Like Jared Goff
Yeah,
was
they
so
did
mean.
Hey,
Jared Goff took Sean McVay took Jared Goff to the Super Bowl, lost the Super Bowl. They got him out of there to bring in Matthew Stafford, and they won a chip.
It was funny though. I'm gonna tell you this day. I'm gonna tell you this story though. It was funny.
And I don't think Stafford's
it was
elite.
funny. Like
He's like a regular guy, but he's not
like,
Jared Goff.
But like 2 weeks after Goff got traded, because it was Goff and Michael Brockers got traded, right? Brockers came into my store when I worked at Frisco at the Liz store in Frisco and spent like $300 on hats and stuff up in there, bro. And I asked him, I had a picture with him too, but I had asked him about the trade. He was like, really? On the real? That was some bull. That was some BS. because he spoke his mind about what was going on with the Rams, and the Rams was like, "Well, we can do this without Jared Goff because we can get a quarterback and plug in." Like, but you also see it too when you think about it. You also see it too when Stafford got hurt in the season. You know, like towards the end of the season, that quarterback situation was terrible for the Rams. They couldn't do nothing.
Well, like here's the thing about Stafford, right? Stafford's not an elite quarterback. He's like good. He's not elite. He's good. And there's nothing wrong with being a good quarterback, but you can win a Super Bowl with.
Are you talking about Matthew Stafford that was playing for the Panthers?
No, for the Rams. And
for the Rams.
Like,
for Detroit originally came out of the University of Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia. Yeah, when he played for Detroit,
High School in Dallas.
Yeah,
when he played for Detroit and when he played for the Rams, he was a good quarterback. That's what Matthew Stafford was. You don't have to have an elite level quarterback, but if you have an elite level quarterback, that will hide a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? They'll hide a lot of things. But if you have a good quarterback and a supporting cast around him, then you can win it. You absolutely can win it. Because Stafford had a lot of shit around him.
Thank you, Blue Bloods, for joining us to give us that HBCU Legacy Bowl recap.
Yes.
What's up, Blue?
What's good, guys? I appreciate y'all having me.
Man, I know you listen to us talking about the NFL and quarterbacks and stuff like that. So, I mean, the draft is up your alley as far as FCS. Look, I watched most of the Legacy Bowl. It was actually hard hitting. Both defenses dominated in the game. But like Mr. Ford said, that Team Robinson defensive line was nasty.
Man, it was like that all week, man. I said on the live show that we did after the last day of practice, I said, I mean, it might come down to which team could score a defensive touchdown. I mean, I told everyone a defensive lineman is going to be the star of the game, and that's exactly. I mean, they should have given the defensive MVP to the entire defensive line. I think, if I'm not, I don't know if they credited the guy on the field. Told me Nelson Jordan should have been credited with 4 sacks.
That was 9 today. Was that number 9?
Number 9, man.
He was dominant.
He couldn't be blocked. I mean, and then on top of that, Dumas was credited with 3. Probably could have been credited with 5. If they really wanted to. I mean, and I just want to put in perspective, man, because everyone tries to be a little bit unbiased, man. But Dumas is my guy, man. I got to talk to him a lot this week. And the fact that he's getting no love, I mean, it makes sense because, I mean, let's be honest. They say he's 5'10". He might be 5'9". I mean, he is not big at all, but they cannot block him. And, I mean, it is one of the, like, it should be the 8th wonder of the world is that how a 5'9" guy is consistently out here embarrassing top-level offensive linemen. I mean, on one of his sacks, he was beating Robert Mitchell, who is the MEAC Offensive Lineman of the Year for North Carolina Central, and just completely embarrassed him. And Mitchell had 0 chance. And when you roll out a defensive line where you got Dumas, who is unblockable, Cam Peterson, who, from what I was told, had the most NFL hype surrounding him down here in New Orleans in terms of meetings and teams being interested in him. And then you got Nelson Jordan on the edge. And then you can just throw Ronnie Thomas out there, who, by the way, was leading the SWAC and sacks before he got hurt at the end of the season. I don't know how you handle that necessarily. And so I will say, man, the defensive linemen on both squads too, because, I mean, let's just be honest, Brandon Gaddy from Alabama State, who got put on the MEAC team because the MEAC only had 6 teams to pick from. They were low on defensive linemen, so Gaddy went over there to play with them. Gaddy, Keyshawn Moore from Hampton, Jermaine McDaniel from North Carolina A&T had a big week too, had a big game today. And, I mean, man, it was just consistent. Defensive linemen won the entire week, man. There were so many guys who improved their stock. And then, of course, you got Xavier Smith, who from the combine to win an MVP after the game, man, I don't see how he doesn't get a shot. I know the Chiefs are extremely interested. I got to talk to his agent, man. By the way, if anyone ever gets a chance to meet his agent, he has the coolest agent and the nicest and most dedicated agent I've ever met. She is amazing, and she is all about him in terms of training, interviews. I mean, she has everything completely laid out for him. So I would be shocked if Xavier doesn't get an opportunity. And you've got to give her some credit, man, because she might be one of the hardest working agents I've ever met.
Man, I'm gonna give applause for that.
Hey, Blue, who was that kid from North Carolina Central? Was a tight end. That kid looked good.
Yeah, he had a solid week. I'm trying to think of his name. I'm trying to find the roster.
Now, did he transfer to Central? Where did he come from?
I think he's been at Central, if I'm not mistaken, because they got the transfer tight end this offseason from what was it Tennessee? I think.
Yeah, I heard about that kid. Yeah,
tight end, but yeah, it's Tyler Barnes, and he's 6'4", 235. The way that it was put to me is that he can be kind of like a hybrid tight end, kind of like a
wing tight.
Yeah, like a Kyle Pitts-ish, a
wing tight,
Waller, someone like that.
Oh my God! Yeah,
he was every time he was in the game, man. He was making a play.
What'd you think about that J.J. Holloman? Because I was impressed with his body. Because that guy, you could make him a lot of things.
You know who he reminds me of, really and truly? He reminds me of the kid that came out of Southern last year, Marquise McLean, where he has all the measurables, he has the body type, everything like that, but he didn't have a quarterback in college that really he wasn't utilized correctly.
Right.
And so I think that's who he reminds me of. He already got drafted by the USFL. I want to say the New Jersey Generals were the one that drafted him, and they sent a bunch of coaches down here because the Generals are the ones that drafted him, Nugget, McDaniel from A&T, and I want to say they got one other HBCU player that they drafted. They drafted the most HBCU players out of any USFL team. So they had a bunch of people down there just talking to Nugget, talking to him. And so I think he could be a day one starter in the USFL. I don't know if he'll make it in the NFL, but man, listen, you just need to get a professional opportunity. Go make your money.
Now Nugget's going to be a corner, safety, or a slot corner.
They had him playing corner this week. I still say, this is just my opinion. I still think he should move to safety at the next level. I think he is a much better safety. It fits his skill set better because he's a ball hawk. His ability to play the ball in the air is unbelievable. His ball tracking ability and also his aggressiveness, I think, fits a safety more so than a corner. And I just don't. I talked to some people down in New Orleans that said that Jackson State, out of any player that they've landed under the entire prime era, Jackson State hurt Nugget more than anybody. They completely used him incorrectly, played politics behind the scene to keep him off the field, and that Nugget probably made the wrong decision. And really and truly looking back, if Nugget was used correctly, man, this is not even a debate whether he's drafted or not.
So basically what you're saying is if he would have been, so even though he came in as a corner, high rated 4-star corner, right?
Well, he played safety in JUCO.
Yeah, he played safety. Yeah, because his dad said.
Oh, they moved in the corner. They moved in the corner when he went to Jackson.
His dad said. Shout out to Mr. Moore. He said that Nugget was better suited to play free safety than to play the cornerback. Even though he has the athleticism to play cornerback, he had the instincts, the field awareness to play safety. That's what his dad said.
Well, because also if you look too, you can keep the ball away from a corner because you just don't throw that side of the ball. But a free safety has so much range and can read the quarterback's eyes and be in so many different places. It's so much harder to keep a ball away from an elite safety. And so that's why you want Nugget there, is because he can go so many different places.
So Coach Prime should have basically put him at safety. His natural position.
I think so. I mean, listen, everything's always
free safety, right? Not strong safety, free safety.
Yes, free safety.
Because I thought that Huggins boy was the strong safety.
Right.
And Huggins can play. Let me just say that. I mean, Huggins is a baller. And I will say, too, man, I talked to some of the people who play a part in making the rosters. And I told them, I was like, man, if you're going to have all these elite defensive linemen, man, we got to get some offensive linemen, because I feel like the running backs, the quarterbacks, and some of these other positions that are dependent on good quarterback play, man, they don't have a chance.
They didn't have
because,
no time.
Man, the wide receivers on Team Gaither, what are you supposed to do? Your quarterback's getting murdered every single play, and they're just out there running routes for nothing. And so I hate that. And I talked to him, and he said the problem was, one, a lot of the elite HBCU offensive linemen either didn't go into the draft this year, transferred to a FBS school or another school, and or went to other bowl games, aka like Mark Evans or someone like that. And so you had all the elite defensive linemen in HBCU football outside of Isaiah Land come to this game, and man, you just had mismatches across the board, and people were just getting embarrassed.
Yeah, it was bad.
Was Tony Evans down there? Tony, what's that guy's name?
Tony Gray.
Tony Gray.
Tony Gray. Yeah, how did he look?
He held his own in one-on-ones throughout the week. He got beat bad today. I think it was McDaniel from A&T, man, killed him on his. I mean, it was embarrassing. I mean, he got toasted on that. But he looked solid. The feedback I got on him, because I try to get all the feedback on a lot of the guys that I cover on the show, and they're going to give him a chance based on his measurables. The idea around Tony Gray is he has all the measurables. He has the, I guess, backstory of he should have been better than he was. And so there's a thought among a lot of professional leagues, whether it's USFL, XFL, NFL, that if you can bring him in on a cheap deal, get him for a value, you can coach him up and he can maybe reach his potential. So he's going to be one of those project players, but they're liking him just because of his measurables.
Wow. That's crazy. Because, the way – no, for real. No, because if you look at it from fall 2021, right, other than the Alabama A&M game, that's the only game in reality that he showed some sort of, flash in the pan, right? Because every other game that he was playing, because he plays left tackle, he was getting mauled. He was getting destroyed. And then I think one is a game that that Prime placed him at guard. He put him at guard in one game.
It was the what was it called? The Celebration Bowl, wasn't it?
Okay,
he got embarrassed.
He got embarrassed. Like Jablonski Green just completely embarrassed that man.
But you got to think that, because there's a lot of coaches who are, I would say, and I'm sure you guys have seen this, they're very confident in their own coaching ability.
Mm-hmm.
So they got more faith in their coaching ability that they can find a way to make it work. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think if you're looking at any offensive lineman from here, I think out of the SWAC offensive linemen, I think Drake Centers probably had the best week. That's been kind of the consensus, like across the board from the people I've talked to. He was the 3-time all SWAC selection from Texas Southern. But man, outside of that, I'm going to be honest, no one really popped. There's some people who had solid weeks, but nobody just kind of jumped off the page. Defensive linemen and wide receivers, the low attendance is the heat. Edwin, and it was 1,000,000 degrees on that. It was disgustingly hot all week in New Orleans. I think that played, and then also the local crowd didn't come out like they did last year, because it was this Mardi Gras was Tuesday, so I just don't think a lot of people were really sweating going to sit out there in the heat or anything like that. But yeah, it was wide receiver D-line heavy this year. I'll just say that, man. If you need wide receivers D-line, man, this was the game for you.
Carolina's trying to convert to a 3-4, so.
Some blue. Shedeur Sanders was.
Let's get to this.
Won the award, the Deacon Jones Award. And, there's a lot of people that have stuff to say about whether or not Darius Richards should have won it. So what I wanted to do was, of course, pull up Darius Richards' stats and then pull up Shedeur's stats. And then I just wanted to know, what did you think about that decision?
Well, while you pull up the stats, I'm going to just ask Blue a straight-up question. Does the games matter of how they play in the games versus the stat sheet?
But here's my question. Okay, this is a legit question because I really do want to know. Does the Deacon Jones Award factor in the Celebration Bowl?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good question. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I had to ask about that too, man.
Yeah, because I know that they give it after the game, but like Mr. Ford, because some of the awards, like for the FCS, like not the Jerry Rice, the Walter Payton and all that, it's not given till after the playoffs, but the voting's done before the playoffs. Like we aren't allowed to take into account any postseason stuff. It's only regular season. So I just didn't know if they were able to factor in the Celebration Bowl.
So here's another thing too. A lot of people was saying that because Shedeur won the Deacon Jones Award, right? He is technically he's eligible to be if they wanted to. He is eligible to be named into the Black College Hall of Fame.
Well, he was going to do that anyway, right?
What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing's
wrong. Nothing's wrong. No, here's the thing.
But my thing is this though.
I'm saying is, well, hold on, Dave. But what I'm saying is, there's nothing wrong with that. But this is what I'm saying. A lot of people are saying that he should not get in because of the fact that he only did 2 years.
No, that's bullshit. No, that's bullshit. No. That man played 2 years for you guys. That man played 2 years for you guys.
There's a people on Twitter.
First of all, let's get one thing straight. We, as in Jackson State, have never said that. Now, I don't know. I haven't seen anybody from Jackson State saying
you might want to
that
check your streets.
Deserve it. I have not seen anybody from Jackson State say that he didn't deserve it.
Can we like, okay, so I always try to bring this up on my show because like I feel like everyone always does this, is that like everyone lets the like lowest common denominator from a certain group speak for everybody.
Yeah.
Like you gotta stop doing that. Just because like the lowest common fan is saying that he shouldn't be allowed, like I don't think that's my biggest thing, is like we just gotta stop letting the worst people of like certain groups speak for everybody. But my thing is, it depends on what you like, because I get the people who say Richard is a better quarterback. I understand it because they like a guy who ability and is a more dual threat guy. Yes. And if you take into account rushing, I don't think the difference between Shedeur and Richard is very much. Shedeur is a much better passer, but Richard is a way better runner than Shedeur out with his feet. And so it just depends on what you're looking for in a quarterback. Do you want a quarterback who's going to complete 70% of his passes, throw for 3,000 yards, throw for 30 touchdowns, but not run much? Or do you want a quarterback that's going to give you 15 rushing touchdowns and 25 passing touchdowns and do it both ways? It just depends on your preference.
Right.
So when I look at the Celebration Bowl, yes, we know that Jackson State lost, but we look at Shedeur. Shedeur threw at 75% completion, 4 touchdowns. His longest pass was 85 yards, 349 yards. He was 30 of 40. And then I go to Darius Richard.
Davius.
Yeah, Davius.
Okay.
Davius.
What's that noise?
I don't know what that noise was.
Okay. So let's look at excuse me, I'm sorry about messing up his name. Lord, they're gonna crucify me.
They are gonna crucify you.
Davius Richards. So he also threw for 70. Anyway,
not plural.
Davius Richard.
You got me out here defending Central, man. Y'all are making this hard on me, man.
So he also threw for 75%. He was 15 of 20, 175 yards passing, 97 rushing. I mean, listen, everybody's saying that Shedeur lost the Celebration Bowl. I would venture to say that the defense played a huge role in us losing the Celebration Bowl. It was a very close game, but if you look at the overall resume, Shedeur wins outright.
I mean, they both got 40 touchdowns total, right? Or am I? Well, no, because I think Shedeur probably got a little bit more touchdowns because Shedeur got a couple rushing in there. But right where I'm looking, Richard has 41 touchdowns, 25 passing, 15 rushing, one receiving. So he's got 41 TDs total. So,
but it's just crazy. It's just a thing though that some people said that he shouldn't get the award. I mean, but because he's deserved.
For me,
of that
I'm gonna be
award.
honest, man. Like for me, I didn't realize you had to have the award to get into the Black College Hall of Fame. But like, if you're eligible to go to the Black College, you're eligible to go to Black College Hall of Fame because you play in Black college football.
Someone put
Somebody
And-
just said that in order to be eligible for Black College Hall of Fame, a player must finish their college playing career at HBCU. So Sanders is not eligible for.
Okay.
He's not
Oh.
eligible. So.
Oh, okay.
Which
If
to
that's
me,
the rule. That's the rule.
me personally, I think that Shador should have finished, as in this year coming would have been his last year. Take one of those teams out and add another FBS team. So take that Southern game away. That's not going to count. Put one more FBS team on there. You have Texas State and one more FBS team, and he would have been drafted and high, especially with all the players that are drafted. Now he's going to Colorado, and I'm sorry, that first year is going to be rough. It's going to be rough. It's going to make and break Shador. And you know what? Jackson State gave Coach Prime a little bit of leeway with regards to not pulling his son out when things weren't going so good. Colorado is going to be pressuring him to put in another quarterback. If Shador's not doing what they feel he should be doing, they're going to put that pressure on him to pull Shador out.
I said it on Facebook because somebody talked about how the attendance increased from I guess they got the little spring game happening or practice or whatever they're having. I guess they went from like 2,000 to 20,000. And my response to Facebook was, Deion gonna be out here playing the story of OJ if they keep losing games. If they start losing games, every game that they lose, he's gonna be playing the story of OJ in the locker room after each game. Because he's gonna remember something very, very
Ain't gonna be no
critical of
music
himself.
playing. All eyes on me. Ain't no all eyes on you.
He gonna be playing Jay-Z's "The Story of OJ" after every loss. he gonna be playing that joint. He gonna be playing. I'm not gonna sing it. Y'all can go look it up. But he gonna be playing the story of OJ after every single loss.
Here's why
I'm not black. I'm OJ.
Here's why I want.
Okay.
I want for Deion to win for Shador's sake, not to spite Deion. I want Colorado to win because Shador is basically he's using his son to get to where he wants to go. So that's why he pulled his sons away. So I want Shador to succeed. I want him to succeed.
I'm gonna be honest. From my perspective, as somebody who's not like, you know, from my perspective, there's only one game I need him to win. I need him to beat Nebraska's ass. I need him to terrorize
Matt Rule.
the hell out of Nebraska. I need him to beat Nebraska's ass so bad that the colors of their jerseys turn into the Colorado colors. I want him to beat the dog shit out of Nebraska that day.
Listen, Prime,
that's the only game I care about.
Yeah, Prime can't use. There's no excuses in Colorado. There's none. You don't have an NIL problem. You don't have a scholarship problem. You don't have a facilities problem. You don't have a no running water problem. Your staff is getting paid. You have 4 or 5 different strength and conditioning coaches, 10 people wrapping people's foots. You have a pool for recovery. You probably have a cryogenic, I don't know what they call it, where they get in there and they freeze for 5 minutes. You probably have one of those in there. You have absolutely no excuse. But like I said, regardless of all the little passive-aggressive bull that he's been doing and all the little downing of HBCU, I want for Shador and the players that he took away from Jackson State, I want them to succeed. I don't want them to fail. Because
I got a question for you, Blue.
I was about to ask another question.
Hey, Blue, got a question for you. What do you think is what do you give Coach Prime's first season at Colorado? What do you think his record will be as far as first season?
I've started telling people, man. One, I don't really care. Two, and like at this point, man, it's just like exhausting talking about it. But also, if you're gonna make a good prediction, I always urge people, if you're gonna be accurate and unbiased, you got to wait till after the second transfer portal window, because you don't know who's gonna leave, you don't know who he's gonna land, and with how active he is in the transfer portal, man, he could have 12 new starters landed in May. So I would just hold off till after spring practice. One, to see what the team looks like, and two, man, it's going to be the second transfer portal window, man, is going to be berserk for teams. So, I mean, everyone who you don't feel good with after spring, you can let them go and replace them.
Damn.
Yeah, they can do that. They can
And
do
I
that.
don't blame them. Listen, and this is what I say, because look, I'm gonna be devil's advocate. And there's gonna be some people who don't like me saying this. Listen, I'm all good with paying players. I agree they should be paid. But if we're gonna start paying, it's a business now, and if you don't perform, you got to get on out the door, and we got to replace you with someone who can perform if we're gonna be paying. And it's becoming a business. You're not a college athlete anymore. You're an employee, and you got to go win football games. If you ain't doing it, you got to go.
Look, I don't disagree there.
Hey, Blue, what's your thoughts on everybody in the ACC trying to leave? You heard about the speech being given down at Florida State?
No, I haven't heard anything about that.
What?
Yeah, they talking about leaving. They're saying they're not making enough money in the ACC.
Wow.
Florida State talking about leaving.
Not surprised about it. Yeah, I've been
They're
so
not
focused.
making any money.
That's what they're saying. They're saying that
compared to the others,
compared to the Big Ten and the SEC, when the new contracts kick in, they're gonna be $30 million behind.
Let me tell you something. That's the nerd conference, man. So that's the nerd conference. The ACC, the nerd conference. So
well, I know Florida State's talking about getting out. They talking about leaving the ACC. I'm thinking who else? I know North Carolina's probably thinking about it too.
Yeah, they'll keep the rivalry with Duke. As long as the thing is, they just got to keep the key rivalries. As long as you keep the key rivalries, that's all that matters ultimately. As long as they keep North Carolina, Duke, Florida State, Miami. As long as you keep them joints, that's all that matters.
But yeah, but that Legacy Bowl, just watching the Legacy Bowl today, it was cool. Like it was good to see those kids go out there and shine and get the looks from actual football league scouts. Not just like you said, not just the NFL, but the XFL, CFL, USFL. It doesn't matter. It's good to have those kids come out there to be evaluated and to be recognized.
And that's what I got a question for you. When I was talking about the elevation of HBCU football from last week when we were talking about it, and I was talking about the product that we're putting out and just the mass amount of players that have elevated and that are going to be drafted, not only the NFL, but you have the USFL, the XFL. Don't they have the CFL too?
Yeah, CFL.
So there's so many different opportunities for HBCU players, and also I'm thinking that these players, when they get drafted, the more that we see, that will also increase the level of talent. We'll be able to see another year worth of good talent coming in.
Blue, I got a random question for you. With regards to the timing of the game, because there was I talked to Gerald from Draft HBCU players about it. Do you think that the game is too late? Do you think they should move the game up?
No. Okay, so there's a reason to. It's like a kind of give and take. Like there's positives and negatives, because what you don't want to do is go head to head with the Senior Bowl.
Right.
No one's coming to the HBCU Legacy Bowl over the Senior Bowl. All the scouts, all the coaches, all the attention is going to be in Mobile, Alabama.
Right.
And some of the media that were down there is not going to be there, including I'm sorry, I'm probably going to the Senior Bowl, man. I got to.
I can't. No, I'm just curious.
It was perfect. It was all 32 teams were represented down there. This was the perfect weekend.
Yeah, and also what I was told is they like to have it now is because what they want to do is they don't want to lose their opportunity in trying to convince players to go to both.
Right.
Because they still tried to get Mark Evans to come. They still tried to get Dallas to come. They still try to get some of these other players to come. And what they don't want to do is go head to head with some of these other all-star games, and then those players can't participate in the HBCU combine if they want to, or come down and support their teammates. Like, you don't want to exclude some of the top HBCU talent that has invitations to the Senior Bowl, the East-West Shrine Bowl, the NFLPA Bowl, or anything like that. So, man, you have it at the end, that's fine, but you have it on your own weekend. The NFL scouts get to see these players last, so it's the freshest in their mind. All the attention is on you. Everyone can come and enjoy it. You're on your own, and then I think it's perfect. I get that it's a little bit late, but let's be honest. I mean, there was nobody at the HBC Legacy Bowl that's preparing to go to the combine in a week. Man, have it here right before the combine starts, and let's go. And I also want to give y'all a nugget, man. This is something I was really happy I asked about. I talked to the guy who helped set up the HBCU combine, and I saw a lot of people mad that the players who showed out at the HBCU combine weren't invited to the NFL combine after, and I found out why. The exact same people who timed the HBCU combine, log it into the system, send it to NFL teams, are the exact same people that do it at the NFL combine.
Okay.
So what would be happening is because I talked to Xavier's agent about this. She said, why? She was like, listen, we don't want to be invited to the NFL combine. She said, listen, he did it great. All the teams saw what he did. We have the 40. We have this. We have that. Why would I send them to Indianapolis, him not have a good week, and then they're going to call this a fluke?
Right.
And so it would be like going to your class in college and taking the same test twice. If you already made a 90, why are you going to go take a test again and risk not acing it? So that's why they don't. That's why they don't double invite players. So I understand that, and so I just wanted to clear that up for people who were getting mad that certain players weren't getting invited.
So basically, they don't double dip.
I think it's more about. No, I think it's more about why don't they just have one combine period versus having an HBCU combine and an NFL combine. But I think this is still good because now you're going to have that. Those HBCU players get to have that opportunity. But I think
that's the main thing.
Deion
It's the
Sanders
opportunity.
Jr. Okay,
Yeah,
Deion
that's
Sanders
the main
Jr.
thing.
For me,
Blue,
it's about having the opportunity.
Commissioner? Blue, did you interview the commissioner?
No, I didn't see the commissioner.
You didn't see the commissioner. Okay. What about TC Taylor?
Interview? What you want him to interview about?
Because I want to know what was he talking about. He got any new plans for the upcoming season?
So TC, if I'm not mistaken, he went down the field. I think he was in the booth with Rob J. So I didn't get to see him personally. I did see Rob J interview some coaches. I talked to Willie Simmons. Willie Simmons was down there today. I talked to Matt Leone, offensive coordinator for Central, because the head coach was the coach of Team Gaither, but since it's the MEAC and I think the CIAA or whatever, the Benedict team had the offensive staff and Central brought their defensive staff. So Leone came down to support his guys. And then I ran into Dawson Odoms from Norfolk State. He was down here. I talked to Eddie Robinson Jr. from Alabama State. He was down here today. I saw Bubba McDowell in the stands, so I didn't get to talk to him. I was like, why are you in the stands? You definitely could be on the field. Like, you're the head coach of Prairie View, but that is what it is. So on the stream, as we were streaming during the game, we got to talk to, I think it was the director of player personnel for Grambling State. That was really cool to get to catch up with him.
So what did Willis say about the two Division II schools on the home schedule?
Nah, I didn't get to ask him about that, sadly. But I think he was just down there. I think he had one player down there. I think AJ. Well, two, because Xavier and AJ were his two guys down there.
Celebration Bowl or bust.
Let me tell you something. AJ's gonna fool some people. That guy's legitimate, man. That kid can play. He's gonna fool some people.
The one player I don't know, man. The one player that I wish would have had a better week, I was really rooting for him, was Jordan Lewis. I didn't think he had a great week. He when he got the pass rush, he showed out. But man, at linebacker, I just don't know if he has it yet. I don't see him going to the NFL and excelling at weak side linebacker or anything like that. I just don't think he has the open field flexibility, speed, understanding of where he is in space. I wasn't impressed with him on one-on-ones.
What about his special team play? Can he play special teams?
A lot of the special teams weren't live, so I can't really tell you more. They only had 2 live kickoffs, and that was really it.
Now I'm gonna say it just like this, y'all. Shinsberry needs to come back to the SWAC.
No, sir.
Are you trying to steal
No,
their
sir.
coach?
No, sir. No, sir. Let his ass stay right there in Columbia. No, sir. No, sir.
I have a theory on this. Hang on, I'll give that in a second. But I just want to say,
It's the same theory as me, boo.
I have never heard a coach speak. His press conference, guys, I'm telling you, he was just talking to the press. Goosebumps. He can get you fired up about anything. He had me ready to run through the wall at just the opening press conference.
Chinnis is different, bro.
He has the same speaking ability as a Ray Lewis. Man, yeah. I told Jamie Walker, I was like, man, when he orders fries at a fast food place, man, those are the best fries ever because that cook is motivated. Because he's ready to do it. But I will say, I think Chinnisberry is going to be the next coach of South Carolina State.
I was just thinking
that's my theory. That's my theory.
I think that's
he's just gonna move from Columbia to Orangeburg. That's all that's gonna go. That's what it's gonna go down to.
As soon as Buddy either retires or is let go, Chinnisberry is gonna be the next head coach of South Carolina.
Buddy's gonna get to retire.
That's gonna be nasty, Blue. Like for real.
Really, they should play. Benedict and South Carolina State should play at William Bryce Stadium. They should renew that rivalry.
Truth be told, the AD of South Carolina State indirectly said they were trying to make that game happen this year.
Yeah, they need that. They need to bring that. He's got to. I'm waiting to see can he duplicate last year's season because he had a big time season last year. Benedict.
We were talking on Twitter about. I pretty much said what the MEAC should do is try to get Benedict and try to get Claflin and try to get both of them teams to move up to the MEAC.
Claflin don't have football.
They don't need football. That's
yes, they do.
That's why I said
kick Coppin them out. Listen, Coppin doesn't have football. They shouldn't be in there.
Always be in HBCU. Never
Coppin
forget that.
shouldn't be in there, and neither should that Maryland Eastern Shore. My whole thing is why you got these people in a Division I conference and they don't play football. That makes no sense. It's not hard.
There's a lot of schools that don't play football.
That's straight
There's a lot of schools. College of Charleston don't play football. There's a lot of schools that don't play football.
I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about in the MEAC.
Us? No, but that makes schools don't play football.
That makes no sense.
Why?
That makes about much sense as y'all going to the CAA.
All right, so let's talk about Coppin South. Let's talk about Coppin State because I actually got the tour of the campus. I actually got the tour of the campus and the athletic facilities.
I ain't talking about the tour of the campus. I'm saying what they need in the MEAC is if you don't have a football team, you don't need to be in there.
I disagree.
No,
you know why I disagree? I'm gonna tell you why I disagree. It's not like there's no playoff spots involved. You're going to the Celebration Bowl. Truth be told, the teams that are still remaining in MEAC probably would prefer not to have another football school, only because they're going to have a sort of slice of the pie of the split. They get a bigger split for the Celebration Bowl money.
Do you get
a bigger split of the Celebration Bowl money?
Everybody in the SWAC plays football, right? Then everybody in the MEAC should play football.
Facts.
That's great, but it's been that way for a while.
It makes no sense.
But when A&T was in the when A&T was in the MEAC, everybody in the MEAC didn't play football. Maryland Eastern Shore was in the MEAC. Coppin was in the MEAC. Like they was there when we were there.
If Coppin's not going to play football, they need to get out of the MEAC. If Maryland Eastern Shore is not going to play football, get out of the MEAC.
I disagree. They play other sports.
Wait. Never mind about North Carolina A&T. If you want to leave, baby, go ahead and walk.
We already there. We already gone.
Listen, then you're going to get your head beat in. Hey, Blue, tell him he's going to win 3 games next year. Blue.
Don't worry. I'm looking forward to that donation.
Tell him he's going to win 3 games next year, Blue.
You want to be part of the bet too, Mr. Ford? Hey, you want to be part of the bet too?
I don't bet. But, hey, Blue, tell him he's going to win 3 games.
Yeah, you don't bet, huh?
Yeah, I don't bet. Tell him, Blue.
All right.
We're going to win 3 games.
Because SheLovesThee going to pay me some money very, very soon.
Hey, Blue.
I made a
probably by October.
I'm not the. I don't have.
Yeah, it's 2 games. You said you're going to win 2. We're going to win 2 games.
I don't have a fight in this right here.
You gonna be Colorado's twin, 1 and 11.
Nah, we ain't gonna be 1.
Yeah.
We beating Central week 2, so we ain't gonna beat 111.
Y'all will win 3 or 4. Hey, Blue, what you think? 3 or 4? What you got?
Dave, what did I tell you? I think 4.
4.
4 and
Okay,
7.
that's what I
He
say.
thinks 4 and 7. I think 6 and 5. I think we're gonna go 6 and 5.
I think 4 and 7. I think the ceiling is 6 and 5 if they upset one of the. They got to win one of the 3 on that death tour they have in the middle of October. Because that could get ugly. I mean, that could be 3 straight 30-point losses if things.
Like I want to think we're gonna steal one of those games at home, Blue.
It better be Villanova.
Beat Villanova.
Villanova's the most winnable game out of that circuit. They're not beating Delaware next year.
We're not beating Delaware.
And they're not Are they playing Richmond?
Yeah, Richmond.
Playing Richmond. We're not beating Richmond. Probably. I think Richmond's on the road too. I got to double check.
Are you playing William and Mary?
No, we're not playing William and Mary.
They better be lucky because William and Mary is going to be better than they were last year.
Yeah, we're not playing William and Mary. We playing Elon, Campbell, Rhode Island. I'm looking forward to that one because I actually get to go to that one because I live up here.
I wish William and Mary and them played just because of the storyline that would be.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we'll play them next year. Well, I'm pretty sure we'll play them next year because we got the defensive coordinator for him.
I would like to see A&T win just because I'm a fan of Vincent Brown. Like I'm a huge fan of Vincent Brown. I don't want to see him fail because one, that you're looking at a SWAC legend getting his first run at a head coach. So like no one should be rooting for Vincent Brown to fall on his face anyway, but I just want to see him do good, man, because I think it would be a hell of a storyline, man, for
he's the Undertaker,
Vincent Brown
man.
For Vincent Brown to
do they beat Hampton?
Yeah, we'll beat Hampton.
Yeah, they beat Hampton.
Hampton
Lost all their bad players.
That's an upset game. They'll lose to Hampton.
We'll beat Hampton.
Oh wow, that's tough. No, Hampton lost all their.
We're gonna beat them at their homecoming too, because they decided to have us for homecoming. We're gonna beat them at their homecoming too.
They lost Jadakiss Bonds, Keyshawn Moore. I mean, they lost a lot of folks. Stars. They're gonna be a whole new team. This year in the CAA, it's gonna be a race for third place because it's going to be. William and Mary is going to win the conference again, in my opinion. I think Delaware will be a very, very close second. But William and Mary, they are returning everybody.
Townsend's got a new coach. That's going to be interesting. We play Townsend for homecoming, so
they're a year or two away. I love Pete Shinnick. I know Mr. Ford knows him because he was the coach that won the national championship at West Florida. I mean, he was the only coach at West Florida up until this year.
Yeah.
Okay, I can root for North Carolina A&T now that I know that Vincent Brown is from the SWAC.
No. You're still losing his bet. Now you're not losing his bet. You didn't even know who our coach was.
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't know that he went.
And he's from Atlanta. He's originally from Atlanta.
He's originally from Atlanta. He played with Jerry Rice and them, man. He played for the Patriots for a while. We got some new Aggie fans up in New England now. As soon as I said our new head coach is Vincent Brown, they were like, from the Patriots? The Undertaker? I was like, yeah.
Yeah, he was a 2-time All-American, 3-time All-SWAC, and had 500 career tackles at Valley.
So now North Carolina A&T, who is SWAC? If I ain't SWAC.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, shit. Our last coach was SWAC too. Sam Washington was Mississippi Valley State as well.
And that was low down how y'all did him too. That didn't make no sense at all.
I did some digging on that one.
Yeah, Hilton wanted him out, and your president wanted him out, right?
So what happened when Broadway retired? The plan was for Washington to take over when Broadway retired. So Washington became the coach when Broadway decided to move on to retire. They did a whole interview with him and asked him what's next after winning these Celebration Bowls. Remember, he took over in 2018, and Sam Washington's response then was, "Well, winning these Celebration Bowls is cool, but I want to go win an FCS national championship." That was his comments in one of the first interviews after he became the head coach of North Carolina A&T. So, after winning a couple Celebration Bowls on his own, something obviously changed. And I think that's what it boiled down to.
It was your AD and your president. That's what changed.
No.
Yeah, that's what did it.
No, Mr. Ford. We've been talking about leaving the conferences before the Celebration Bowl was even announced. They've been looking into it for a while because the moment that they couldn't keep Winston-Salem State in the MEAC, That was the death nail.
That was a death
That
nail.
was the death nail.
Yeah, but
of
see,
teams
A&T
bouncing.
wanted Dennis Thomas out, and they couldn't get him out. And
Well,
that's
no,
why
A&T wanted divisions.
no,
A&T wanted divisions, and so
wanted
did Florida
Dennis
A&M.
Thomas out
So
because
did Bethune.
He was sorry, inept, and corrupt. And they went to the other presidents to get him fired, and them other presidents was corrupt and inept too, because he was sharing the money with them. That's why A&T left the MEAC. They wanted Thomas out.
So you're saying
I think a lot of coaches wanted Dennis Thomas out though.
They wanted
a
Dennis Thomas
a
out.
lot of folks wanted them out. It wasn't just A&T.
I think that from what
wasn't just
Mr. Ford, like seriously,
If you
I
talk
even
to some
talked to
FAMU
John.
alums that's in the know, they'll tell you the same thing.
Mr. Kevin
FAMU
will
was
tell
looking
you.
to make a move too, but I think the big thing was they put in a push to grow that conference, and they were making strides, and they didn't do the proper things to try to keep some of these schools there. And when
He
Winston
didn't do
had to go
nothing
back,
for 20 years.
who
He did nothing but got a new MEAC logo. That's the only thing he did.
and a mascot. Don't forget about Miyake. Don't forget about Miyake. Never forget Miyake.
Oh, I seen the picture of that man.
Never
y'all
ever
had me going.
He
forget
had no leadership for almost 20 years.
Miyake.
Damn,
Never
Mr. Ford, 20 years? 2
He's been
decades?
for a
20
while.
years.
2 decades.
Yeah, he did nothing.
Because you really look at this. You had Winston-Salem State. They was only there for a short period
Savannah
of time.
State.
Savannah State.
joined.
Savannah State couldn't get going in football. They was always a perennial.
They were starting to get good in basketball, though.
They
They
were
were starting to get good in
getting
basketball.
Yeah, he did fairly well. Guy was named Horace Broadnax.
Yeah. They
Right.
started getting good in
Georgetown
basketball.
You had A&T. You had Hampton. Hampton was in the MEAC also.
Mm-hmm.
Because Hampton was a D2 school before they
Yeah,
went to the
they
MEAC.
went to CIAA.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Who else you got? And then your death nail was A&T leaving.
No, the death nail was when I'm telling you guys.
Was
Look, you guys
Winston-Salem?
keep
Was it Winston-Salem?
keep bringing up A&T.
Or what?
The
Let's just say
the moment when Winston-Salem State didn't fully convert to Division I, because they were still in transition.
Mm-hmm.
The moment, and literally, shout out to Stephen Gaither from HBCU Game Day. He literally just reposted the article to discuss it. The moment that Winston-Salem State did not complete their transition to Division I, because they didn't have the money. It always comes down to the dollars. They didn't have the money to do it because they were leasing out a stadium. They were leasing out shit. So they didn't have the money to keep up. And they were losing money. Mm-hmm. So they couldn't sustain it. The moment that they couldn't keep Winston in that conference, that caused an issue because then you couldn't create the divisions. Like if you can't make those divisions, you can't fix the traveling problem. Having FAMU go all the way to Delaware State every other year. Having Bethune go all the way to Delaware State every other year.
And going to Coppin and Morgan and all
yeah,
that.
Like you gotta split the conference up. Like and bringing in Savannah State, like that helps that because now you got some closer opponents for them. So you don't have to travel as much.
That's the reason why the SWAC went to divisions because, like you said, we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. It alleviates the problems from the Texas schools to go all the way to Alabama because that will be the furthest you would have to go, especially to Alabama State. I think Alabama State at the time would have been the furthest you would have went east for the Texas schools. Now you're adding in FAM and Bethune, and you keep the division. So the furthest the two Florida schools are going to go when it comes to football will be Mississippi. That would be
see that's and the thing is like the whole concept, and then I think everybody's like, well, Coppin and Maryland Eastern Shore should try to bring football back. I do agree that Maryland Eastern Shore should try, but there's a big problem. They got to get their enrollment up.
They just got $500 million from the state of Maryland.
No. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right.
Hold on.
Right there.
Let's get some order. What you about to say, T?
Bethune-Cookman has 2,400 students.
2,400 students?
Less than 2,500 students. And y'all, and when I tell
and guess what? Guess how many students? And Coppin has less.
And
Coppin has less.
And Coppin is a state supported school, right?
And Coppin is a state supported school.
And so is Maryland Eastern Shore.
Yeah.
And
let me look up these facts first. I'm the fact.
go ahead, look it up. I just toured Coppin. I'm telling you, there's less. I asked, I was like, y'all got 3,000 students? Like, nah, we got around 2,000. And I'm like, you really? Y'all got that less? My daughter was even shocked. I just went on a tour on Monday. What you trying to tell me? I was just there. I'm in Baltimore.
Man.
They got 2,000 students.
Man.
I can't speak for Maryland to show how many students they got.
1,100 acres. The fact that they have 1,100 acres and they have, what in the hell are y'all doing with
let me tell you something about Coppin. Like, Coppin is in like Baltimore, like where they're at in Baltimore, like on the left side of on the east and the west side of Coppin, it's pretty much abandoned buildings, bad neighborhoods on both sides. But the campus of Coppin, once you start walking on the campus, it's nice. The campus is nice. New buildings. Campus is nice.
Who wants to do the drum roll, please? You taking the over or the under? Which one you want to take, the over or the under?
Of what? 2,000?
For University of Maryland Eastern Shore for their enrollment. You want to do the over or under?
For what? What's the number?
2,500. Over or under? And Bethune-Cookman has less than 2,500.
They have less. Yeah, I know they have less.
Yes, so
I'll do over.
Go ahead and pull it up.
Gotcha.
It's probably under. Barely. Good God, barely. Jesus.
It doesn't matter. Y'all been going in on hell, Wildcats. Y'all been going in. And when I say y'all been going in on Bethune-Cookman.
Their enrollment went up last year, though. I just noticed that.
More.
Wow, their enrollment went down last year for Bethune.
But look at Eastern Shore. They at one point they almost had 3,200 people back in 2018, and they fell all the way down to 2,500, and they took a little jump. But
yeah, I think Maryland, like you said, Mr. Ford, Eastern Shore should actually go back to playing.
CIAA. Go back to, if you can't play football, go CIAA.
Well, what about Coppin? Pull up Coppin.
Go to them too. If they can't play football, go CIAA.
Because Coppin, she's the tour guide told us they only have around 2,000 students, and I said, really? I thought y'all had at least 3. I'm not shocked by Maryland Eastern Shore because everybody I talked to go there says there ain't nothing to do out there, and the reason why I didn't go because it was 3 hours away from Baltimore. It was too much out of the way.
They got 2,000 students too.
Yeah.
If y'all,
but you know what? You know what's crazy? Let me tell you something about Coppin. Their basketball facilities are nice.
It's top
nice.
But you got to realize their basketball
nice.
Is the that they got. So
and they got an indoor baseball facility. They got a facility. They got an indoor facility. They got like an Olympics swimming pool. So if they wanted to do a swim team, they could. They got some pretty good athletic facilities. And they have a club team. They got a football field, by the way.
So
thank you, Blue, for coming on. Blue's getting ready to pop out.
All right, Blue. Thank you, bro.
Thanks, Blue.
Hey,
yeah, I gotta bounce soon too. I gotta drive in 6 hours.
Make sure that you go to the Blue Bloods. He has a lot of interviews during the HBCU Legacy Bowl. He interviewed a lot of the players and coaches. Anything you want to say before you hop off?
Yeah, got more interviews coming. I talked to Claude and KJ Kinsler from Alcorn State. Got Keenan Isaac from Alabama State after the game. And live stream tomorrow night, I think, 8 o'clock. Me and Coach Fred from Alcorn are going to break down practice film, all that good stuff, and give you all the latest on draft stock and everything from the HBC Legacy Bowl, man. But I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Man, thank
you,
bro.
Blue.
Hey,
see you, Blue.
Hey, Mr. Ford, I'm gonna jump you off for a second. Me and my guy Dave, we're gonna talk about some rap.
Listen, y'all have a good night. All right.
You come back on. I'm
hey, hold up. You're gonna talk about what?
We gonna talk rap, but rap. I got it. It's hip hop.
This ain't gonna be too long.
It's not gonna be too long.
All right.
This won't be too long, I promise you. Because listen, we talking about chopped and screwed. This ain't gonna be that long.
I'm not gonna talk about who. I don't even know who the hell y'all talking about.
All right,
we're gonna help you out. We're gonna try.
We're gonna help you out. We're gonna help you out.
This is gonna be ugly. This is gonna be ugly. This is barely my swim lane. Okay.
So now this is mine right here. All right.
Yeah, this is you. You Houston. You down in Texas. You know this
I
is your
ain't
lane.
Houston. I'm a
'cause-
Dallas dude.
yeah, but this is closer to Houston than me.
It's true. All right.
Like even from where I'm from. Like this is not, you know.
So yesterday on Twitter, I put in on my Twitter, who was the better DJ? DJ Screw or Michael 5,000 watts of Swisher House? All right. Now, I'm going to just tell it just like this. I'm going to say it just like this. DJ Screw trivia. Put some money on it, Reggie. All right. DJ Screw, he came up. He's the one basically that put in that had a whole genre.
Mm-hmm. You know what that means? He wins. Discussion's over. No, but the discussion's over.
Like whole genre. But
that's it.
But
that's it.
But the good thing too is I'm gonna say it just like this, because I'm doing comparing contrasting right here. To me, if one for Screw, you wouldn't have 5,000. You wouldn't have Michael Watts.
That is a fact.
And Michael Watts is Northside Houston, so his crew, Number Swisher House, Chamillionaire, Paul Wall, Slim Thug. Let me see who can it?
Chamillionaire.
Yeah, Color Change. All these guys right here fall up under the Swisher House emblem. It was a hard thing that they did because they was beefing for a minute. They were beefing for a good minute. It got to the point where it got so bad in the city of Houston, like people were talking about, calling truce because a lot of people were getting killed and getting messed over because of these tapes. DJ Screw was always he built an underground industry by himself, like literally overnight. Literally overnight, if you get what I'm saying. Because those tapes, $10 a tape, the great tapes, for all the screw heads that's out there, everybody know what the great tapes are, right? You can take that, they take the tape, give it to somebody, dub it, give it to somebody else, they dub it, give it to somebody else, they dub it, and it spreads like wildfire like that. So
before the phones, guys. This is
before the phones.
Before like Napster was kind of like 90s, no 2000s, but by the time Watts showed up, the Watts.
Yeah, but Watts came in and Watts came in like 90s. Well, he got big around 2000, but he was in the game for since 1995, 96.
Yeah, but by then, Screw was already kind of like chopping and screwing by then. Like
Screw was doing this. Screw was doing this for 30 years. He was doing this. It's been 30 years.
Yeah.
And so like you said, people said the diary of the originator, because he's the originator, the diary of the originator. This man has almost like 300 chapters. Like literally, I probably on my old laptop probably have by at least 150 by myself. And the best ones, let's see, whose name always is mentioned the first one you say when folks say chopped and screwed. Screw.
Like, I mean, that's the thing too. And disclaimer, not my cup of tea. You know what I'm saying? It's not my cup of tea. Not at all. Like, I'm a 3-6 guy. And but like I'm a 3-6 guy, but when Sipping on some Scissors showed up, then it was on. For me, it was on for me from that perspective. But like Screw pretty much, like you said, created a genre.
Yeah, and
it's kind of like when people talk about the best rappers ever, and I ask the question about, well, you gotta talk about Rakim, because what Rakim did is what MCs still do to this day.
Right.
Going across the bar lines. Rakim did that before anybody else.
And bro, let's just think about this. Screw didn't have no type of. He didn't have a record label. He was just the DJ. He was just the machine to put all these rappers out. We talking about rappers like Lil Keke, Fat Pat, rest in peace. Hawk, rest in peace. We talking about C-Note from the Botany Boys. Let's see, who else can I go? Big Pokey. Yeah, I could go. You could go on and on and on and on and on about what how the screwed up click basically. Lil Flip, Zero came in later. Trader Truth came in later. You got a whole. What we listen to now came from way back then. And I don't think some people don't give this man the credit that he deserved, like literally. Because in a sense, like for me being here in Texas, me being here in Dallas, right? We don't, you could get we listen to music from East Coast, West Coast, and stuff like that. I really didn't listen to the radio like that unless it was basically like after 9 o'clock or something like that. But having a screw tape and knowing what folks was people was talking about, like to like actually hear part of the lyrics, it was phenomenal. And then too, man, like to have the top two freestylers in your camp and Lil Keke and Fat Pat. Like half of your tapes, half of your chapters is made of those two right there by themselves. Is phenomenal. Then the two best tapes that you came out with is Leaning on the Switch and June 27th. And if you listen to the actual album, June 27th. It's only 6 songs on there. Only 6 songs. One of the songs is the main one that everybody listens to, which they call it June 27th, but it's really not. It's called The Streets Ain't Right. Mixed, it was a mix. The song is 37 minutes long. Like they was just freestyling straight off the dome. And it's crazy that people don't give this man the much due respect. Like on the real, Scrooty to be.
But that's what happens. But that's what happens when you talk about music, man. Like it's funny. Like right now, I'm doing this. I'm not in the speaker. I'm one of the voters, so to speak. But like, there's this group that's doing. They're trying to do a 64 album bracket for the greatest hip hop album of all time, and to get the first 30 albums. They're voting for the best album for each year. So I've been involved since they started with 1993, and then they're gonna do wild cards for all the others.
Yeah.
And so from 93, 93 they've already done 93 through 98, and they're doing 99 to 01 on Tuesday. So 93, Doggy Style got voted in, which was expected. That's arguably the greatest rap debut of all time. 94, Illmatic got voted in. That's
classic.
No-brainer. Right?
Classic.
95, who was 95? 95 was the infamous Mobb Deep.
Mobb Deep,
right?
Yep.
So, and those were fine. Like for me, I was like, it's tomato for me for some of these. It's like 93, 94, no-brainer. 95, there was a couple I would have been cool with. 96 is where it gets interesting because I was told that when they did this bracket in the past that Reasonable Doubt won the whole thing, and I said, "Oh, that's insanity."
Yeah.
And then they were like, "Why do you think it's insanity?" I was like, "Because I don't think Reasonable Doubt is even the best album that came out in 1996."
No, 1996 was to me
ATLiens.
Yeah, ATLiens. You got Machiavelli.
Machiavelli came out in 96. Half-Life came out in 96. There was a lot of great albums that came out in The Score came out in 1996.
Yep.
Hardcore came out in 1996. Lil' Kim. All Eyes on Me came out in 1996. There's a lot of great albums that came out in 1996. So I was like, you got It Was Written came out in 1996. Stakes is High came out in 1996. So for me, it was like, you guys, there's no way. Muddy
Yeah.
Waters, Red Man came out in 1996. There's no way. So initially I was like, I'm gonna pound the table for the Roots of the Half Life, but then I sat down and realized there's no way I'm gonna get enough votes for them to take out Reasonable Doubt. But there was enough folks that were champion ATLians, and so I voted ATLians, and ATLians beat Reasonable Doubt out to get an automatic bid into the tournament.
Man, but I'm gonna tell you just like this, and then I'm gonna let you. I know you gotta go because you say you gotta make that drive back to New England.
Yeah, tomorrow morning. Yeah, I could probably go on for like another 15 minutes, give and take.
All right, and then we're gonna bring back everybody so we can talk about the last thing on my list.
What's
So
last?
my last is integration, and it was at
boy.
the FNL for HBCU. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
I got a school story about that.
All right. So just basically like this, listen to these screw tapes, man. It was a soundtrack for us, especially here in Texas. The Cabo Beach party down in Galveston, that was a whole soundtrack for us right there. I knew some people going to Freaknik in Atlanta at the time. That was a whole soundtrack right there. Like, just listen to those. That music back then was like, to me, was like great. Like, coming home, coming home, getting off of work, listening to Screw and Kiki, and I'm just like, bro, they just don't give these dudes their just due. And
Well, but that's a hip hop thing, period, man.
yeah,
Like put it in perspective, right? So, rest in peace to Plug Two from De La Soul, Dave from De La Soul, who just
Right.
recently passed away. He never even had the opportunity to like kind of get the money
that he
from
deserved.
his albums
Right.
in streaming. Like De La Soul's first 6 albums is going to be on streaming services next week, which will be the 30. It came out in 89, 34th anniversary of 34th anniversary of De La's debut, 3 Feet High and Rising. So my math is terrible today.
Yeah.
Am I tripping? No, it's right. 34th. Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, man, we gonna, man, but it was good to talk about that. I just had to do a little break in because we always talk about HBCUs because if you think about it, this all got played at Prairie View, Texas Southern, Houston Tillotson.
Oh yeah, I know you guys. I mean, look, man, I know you guys played this thing because we would play it like, it's crazy at A&T, man, because we had such a DMV presence because we had a lot of folks that came from the DMV area, particularly in PG County. So we had go-go. Like I never heard of go-go till I got to A&T. And then I went to a club and realized what go-go was. And I said, oh yeah, I'm cool with this. I'm rolling with this.
All right, man. So the last thing. So you can come back on.
I gotta step out for like 30 seconds. But yeah, y'all bring everybody else. I'm gonna mute. I'll be right back.
All right. So the last thing we're gonna talk about, man, I want to get into this because I know I put something out there. It is the integration kill the progress of HBCUs. I'm gonna bring Mr. Ford. Said Mr. Ford come back on here. And I'm gonna get my co-host back. So see what she gonna do. But this is the last topic right here. The integration kill the progress of HBCUs. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the piece that I actually did. I actually did on Friday.
confusing integration and desegregation. That's the problem.
I'm going to
No,
integrate.
no. You good. Because I see people mentioning desegregation in the chat, and actually, what Black people wanted was to be desegregated, not integrated, and those are two different things. And that's the problem. And then most people don't know the difference. Most people use desegregation and integration as synonyms, and they're not. So the law of the land, right, was separate but equal.
Mm-hmm.
That was the law. But the reality was separate and unequal.
Right.
Black people didn't have a problem with the separate. We had a problem with the unequal.
Right.
So the original fight for Black people was not integration, was not to end the separation. We were cool with separation. We simply wanted, if you were going to spend $10 per student at one school, spend $10 per student at another school. That's what Black people want. See, to be desegregated means to be treated equal under the law. So I want everybody in the chat and everybody who listens to this, that's the difference between desegregation and integration. Desegregation simply means treat me equal no matter where I am. Integration
Equal
is
protection.
equal protection under law. Integration is going to put everybody together. Now, here's what went down. Unfortunately, the only way to test desegregation was to go over to the white people's school. But here's what the plan was. What Black people thought was going to happen was, we're going to go over to these white people's school and we're going to force them and to keep us from coming to their school. Okay, we'll fund your school equally. That's what we thought was going to happen. But unfortunately, what happened is that every private school, except religious schools, found that after 1954, those private schools were all founded as a reaction to the Brown case, and more importantly, a good number of those private schools were actually started with public money. And so what happened is that, so for instance, you would have, so and in Mississippi, for whatever reason they decided to integrate, right? We didn't want to integrate, we wanted to desegregate. They decided to integrate after the Christmas break. So you went home for the Christmas break and then you came back and then you were gonna go to the white school. But what happened was that the white teachers, some of the white teachers refused to come back, and the white teachers went to these buildings. These buildings that used to be owned by the state and the city were sold to private entities for $1. Buses that used to be owned by public school districts were sold to private white entities for $1. And these white teachers who were still getting paid by public schools went over and taught at these private schools and continued to get their check for that whole year from the public institution. So a good number of these so-called private schools, the lies that they pulled themselves up by their own bootstraps, no, a good number of private schools started after 1954, particularly between 1954 and 1960, was started with some type of public funding. And so it wasn't desegregation that was the issue. It was the act of integration, because the act of integration was us leaving what we had and taking our economics and our labor and our talent base over to and what would happen is, when they integrated schools, they always would close. Not only would they close the Black school, but then the Black principal would be sent to the classroom, and the Black teacher would become the teacher's aide. So,
man, I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna stop it right there.
Let me tell you something, man. It's funny. It's funny. Like I didn't watch the whole video, but I'm glad you played that portion for the show.
Mm-hmm.
Last week before I left for this trip, I had a speaker at my job that talked about the Gilded Age in Newport, Rhode Island.
Right.
And about the fact of what that individual was just saying, about the fact that they never wanted integration. They just wanted desegregation. They just wanted to have the ability to have their own businesses, the ability to do everything that they want to do from that standpoint, and just have their own things. Now, folks that did not look like them could come in and run their and buy things and purchase the products that they have and things of that sort. But it was about keeping their own. And while we do still have our HBCUs, when HBCU athletics got integrated, that pretty much wiped our talent out. It wiped our talent out over time. Some still stayed.
Right.
You're on mute though, but I think she knows that. I mean, some players. I mean, some players stuck around because there was a lot of schools, even when universities were still integrated, there was a lot of universities, particularly in the South, that still was not taking black kids until they started getting their ass whooped by the white schools that did. And then they said, "Oh, we got to get some of them black guys and get them on our squads," and then they just started recruiting.
Right.
And then it just became a never-ending cycle. But but yeah, it was ultimately about desegregation, not integration.
What do you
I got in
think
trouble.
about?
I got in trouble from my first African American history class in A&T because of that.
What do you think
I
about
said
this?
that integration. I said integration affected. Integration accelerated our thinking to be better or less than one another. That's true. I mean, integration.
Me
Integration would have.
personally, I feel like we should have stayed desegregated and just fought for the separate but equal and equal protection under the law, which means basically make them um, give us the money that we're owed, which we still haven't done that. I don't know where the HBCU lawyers are. I don't know if I need to become a lawyer or what needs to happen because I don't understand why all of these professional lawyers that are graduating from HBCUs, why hasn't there been a class action suit? And everybody's like, "Oh, but it's the states." Listen, when the feds are not holding the states accountable for these schools, it's a problem. We
You know
see
how long?
Tennessee.
Do you know how long it took Maryland to get that $577 million, and that wasn't even all the
It
money?
takes probably like 20 years, 20 to
It took
30
them
years.
15. It took them 15 years to get that
Right,
money.
which is why we need to go ahead and file these lawsuits now so that in 15 years we'll get our money. The reason why I
So,
say that is because you see Tennessee State University and you see the issue that's happening right now, which
Mm-hmm.
is TSU had it was like a ridiculous amount of students that just started flocking. Like their enrollment surge in the last 2 to 3 years is absolutely crazy. And the problems that they're bringing out about TSU as to why they should take over are the same issues that happen at PWIs. Of course, they're going to be exacerbated, but what is that from? Why are some of these issues so bad at Tennessee State? And it's because of underfunding. You can't underfund a school and then say in that report, well, they keep on not having enough room for their students. So
Right.
we need to take over. But if you look at Tennessee University
University of Tennessee, Knoxville.
and you
see,
look at their enrollment, I'm going to pull it up so that we can understand why this is a problem and why, if you're an HBCU alum, which I heard that the senator there was trying to make excuses for why it should happen, there's no way on God's green earth that you should be aligning with the comptroller. There's
Was
just
that the same letter that he wrote out that we saw on Twitter?
yes, he wrote a letter basically saying they're not trying to take over, blah blah blah. And it's like, why are you standing up for them? This is absolutely asinine.
I'm
And
not
I'm getting
trying
ready
to.
to
I'm not gonna try to defend the senator, but I will say this as somebody who, as because I remember about a little over a year ago, they asked Chancellor Martin during the town hall after the Forbes report came out about how much A&T was underfunded, because they were underfunded by the most out of all the HBCUs, about $2.7 billion. So they asked the question, why haven't you done a lawsuit? And you know what Chancellor Martin's answer was?
Was that
His answer was, the lawsuits that have happened so far at some of the other institutions came through from the alumni. I work for the state of North Carolina. I cannot do a lawsuit.
that's fine that he doesn't do it, but he also shouldn't be speaking on behalf of them trying to get them to buy this issue. They're
Well,
trying to.
for somebody like him, right? He works he works for UNC. Because A&T is the University of North Carolina school, so he works for the state of North Carolina. He works for the UNC school system. So it's a conflict. Like he has to. There's a slippery slope when it comes to it. The same people he's going to be cussing out is the same people he's going to have to ask for if there's a situation that happens.
Yeah, so
he's got to
He's a
play
senator.
that.
He's a senator. Like,
Well, the
are
senators.
You, are you going?
No,
are you
but
going
when you're talking about a senator, now him, he's still got to work with those still got to work with those congressmen and women that on that board. But at the same time, it's also going to be about what he's got to balance. He's got to balance the voters. I don't know if he's a Democrat or Republican. He's a TSU alum, isn't he?
That's the point. He's a TSU alum,
Jesus.
and he is trying to get them to say, "Oh no, they're not trying to take over." I almost blew my lid when I saw him take up for just because you need help across the aisle or because you're going to be somebody needs to vote you in. Look, you cannot sell out your HBCU. We already saw when they were having like a congressional hearing or a senator, old white man, and he was like, "Well, I'm just not understanding. How is it that y'all are able to get all of these students here and you don't have this and you don't have that? How are y'all able to do it?" Like, you literally see, he's seething with racism, not understanding how they can continually underfund them and how they are still able to persevere. So can someone please let me see if I can pull this up. And I'm going to basically pull up UT Knoxville or whatever it's called, because we're going to look at all of the issues that they brought up with regard to mold, with regard to rats. Should TSU have that stuff going on? Absolutely not. But if that's the reason that you're talking about taking over a school, then you need to be taking over UT, right? Because they have over 30,000 students and they only have housing for, I think, 9,000.
Yeah, most people stay in. They only live in the communities of Knoxville. But I'm about to get on. Hey, I didn't even hear about. I think I read about this about what Governor Hot Wheels was talking about here in Texas.
That's your boy, man.
But that ain't my boy. Shoes. I ain't never been down with him on anything. Never. I'd rather get down with Rick. I'd rather be down with Rick Perry before I get down with this dude right here.
I had a conversation with somebody up north, and it was somebody that didn't vote and that's never voted before. And I was and he was just talking about why it's not useful. And I explained to him, I said, and I live in Rhode Island. Massachusetts is literally like 10 minutes from my house. The state of Massachusetts, like the line is right from my house. And so I said, you know that Massachusetts has a Republican governor, right? And he was like, yeah. I was like, did you know that Massachusetts is like one of the most liberal states in the country? He was like, yeah. And I was like, so how do you think a Republican governor was able to get elected there? He was like, I don't know. And I said, well, the governor actually, because he's not running again because, Trump was out here trying to run him out the paint because he was against Trump. So he decided not to run for re-election. Mm-hmm. So he explained what he did to get elected there in pretty much one of the most liberal states in the country. And what he did was he went to the bluest counties in the state. He went to the bluest counties in the state and talked to the people. Most of those folks were people of color, in the Boston area and everywhere else, and just listened and tried to find some level of common ground. He wasn't going to try to get every single vote. The goal was just to reduce it. Because in a blue county, like in certain blue counties, you're going to win. You're going to probably, as a Republican, you're probably going to get like 5 to 10% of the vote. But if he can get it up to like 15%,
it's a problem.
Getting new voters,
it's a problem.
That's it'll add up. You can do that in a couple counties, and then still win the red areas because there are some rural areas that are still vote red. You'll win an election. And that's what happened. He ended up
Yeah,
winning.
they do that in Texas. Let's
Yeah,
do that
that.
in
But so
Texas.
like
I had
so
to.
so like that's why when I told him that story, he was like, "Yeah, you're right." I was like, "That's my point." So like, you just gotta go out there and you gotta get a candidate that's gonna actually have your interest in mind too, right? And then you gotta make sure you push people to get out there and vote. Because I know in the state of
I
Michigan,
know that there's this thing about pushing people to get out and vote, but the
there's
blacks
no
don't
buts.
vote. That is no, it is a but because black people actually vote at a higher percentage than Asians and Latinos. So blacks don't vote is a myth that's used to say, well, you're being oppressed because you don't vote. Like it's just not true. It's not true.
Well, with
Blacks
me,
vote at a higher rate
right
than Latinos and Asians.
In every election,
now, what I would say this, it
in every
has
election,
like it's more. It's in the general. If it's a presidential election coming up, in a sense, we vote more. But if it was just a regular general election, like with your state and your local government, we don't. The people really don't get out for
we're
that.
not we're not good at
Well,
that.
you have to also take into account, like for instance, Mississippi.
Right.
Mississippi, people can say that black people don't vote, but the facts remain that in every Democratic stronghold in the state of Mississippi, there's Democratic representation. So saying
Right.
that blacks don't vote, that's false.
No,
Secondly,
but it's not about.
gerrymandering also takes away from the black vote. Did you know that the Supreme Court just last week denied to hear the case about the racial gerrymandering that's taking place in the state of Mississippi?
In
They
Jackson.
decided not to hear it. They basically said we're not going to listen to the case. So because they are not listening to the Mississippi racial gerrymandering case, that it's been dismissed. Basically, what that means is that it's binding. They do not have to answer to the Supreme Court. Uh, Basically, there was an allegation that Mississippi's congressional district maps are racially gerrymandered.
Yeah,
And they refused to hear the case because only 10% of Supreme Court cases are actually heard, probably about 100 a year. And what that means basically is that it dilutes the black vote.
Hmm.
I know what
And so,
gerrymandering is. A&T split. A&T's campus was split in half back in 2016. They
but
had
what
two
I'm
separate
saying
districts.
is that that narrative that black people don't vote, it's
I see what
false.
you're saying. I see what you're
It's
saying.
absolutely
It's really
false, and they
false.
need to stop saying it because it's not true.
It impacts when it comes to your senators and your congressmen on a national
There
level. But I'm
and
talking about I'm talking
also
about at the local. I'm talking about the local level.
at the local
But
level, places with urban voters, they vote Democratic. I mean, what are we saying here? Please give me an example of a state where there have a local election and it's a Democratic stronghold and there wasn't Democrats actually elected. Unless it was like a super liberal or maybe a super moderate. Like Sherry Beasley almost won in North Carolina, and that was basically
yeah,
due
but you
to,
you know why Sherry Beasley lost in North Carolina?
well, for one, they didn't invest any money.
Nope,
Nobody
that ain't
they
why she
didn't
that ain't why she lost in North Carolina. You want to know why she lost in North Carolina?
why?
Because Eastern North Carolina stayed home. That was the difference. Literally the difference. It was literally the difference. Eastern North Carolina stayed home.
And also, just to point this out, there are four reasons for why what voters come out for. So, number one, when it's a midterm election, automatically off the bat, you're going to have lower voter turnout.
Right.
That doesn't make it okay.
I didn't say it was okay. I'm explaining to you politically, and
No,
this
I
is
know,
not
but
include.
but but
This
that's but
doesn't
that.
include black. This includes everybody.
No,
So
I agree.
voters,
But you're proving my point, right? So yes, you're right. During midterm elections, the voter turnout is low.
right, and
That
we have
gives
to
us an
figure out
opening.
right, but the reasons why voters are lower in midterm elections or why voter turnout can be low is number one, if the if the particular race if it's highly competitive, you're more likely to have voters turn out. If the people who are voting, if there is reward for them voting, they're more likely to turn out. So, for instance, if there's something on the ballot regarding maybe weed or something, or taxes being cut, you're going to have more people turn out that like that. Single vote, single issue voters. If there's one issue on there on the ballot that they really feel strongly about, they're more than likely to come out and vote. And if they feel like they align with uh, somebody who's running, if they feel like they align with it more than the other, they'll come out and vote. So, what I'm saying to you is, I want for people when they say black people don't vote, I want you to come out and say which election, where did they lose? Because black people vote 80% Democrat, and that's without them getting any policy changes. We don't, when we are asking for things, 9 times out of 10, those are not the policies that are being passed and turned into law. Black people are the last to get things passed. So why would we come out and vote if you're not going to actually pass stuff that's beneficial for us?
I get it. I understand what I get what you're saying. But here's the dilemma that you have. And y'all got a big election coming up this year in Mississippi. Well, in Mississippi. So, because you got that governor, and it looks like it's finally.
Presley will never get elected if you see black. See, this is where black people, y'all go out and go vote for him, but don't let nobody know you're going to vote for him. If white people think that you're going to vote for Presley, or if white people, mainly low income rural white voters, if they think that you're going to vote for Presley and they think that Presley's going to give you something, regardless of the fact that they don't have any hospitals, regardless of the fact that their health is on the line, they will not vote for Presley. They'll actually do the opposite. So for anybody who is black and you're thinking about voting for Presley, just keep it to yourself. It is a known fact that white rural voters, or even low income white voters in conservative states, they will vote against their best interest with regard to expansion of Medicaid or anything else. They will vote against themselves, their own self-interest, just to not vote in a Democrat.
If Tate Reeves gets reelected, Jesus Christ.
After Tate Reeves get reelected in Mississippi, that's the definite for.
I mean, the only way that he, for me personally, the only way that he would not get elected is if he gets indicted for whatever type of play that he had being treasurer during the time of all this welfare scandal and the $100 million that are missing. The only that I personally, Tate Reeves hasn't been doing scriptures for the past year and a half, and he started doing scriptures. Just like black people are the base of Democrat voting, conservative Christians are the base of Republicans. And low income whites, they're the base of the Republican Party. You don't even have to do anything for the low income conservative, nor the Christians. You don't have to do stuff for them.
I remember
all I know is this. The elections where things matter in local elections are typically in the off years. Those are the ones where we historically, like you said, there's low voter turnout across the board, but that's where you have the opportunity to pounce. I told the story about how AOC got elected, and like that story is always the most fascinating thing to me on planet Earth because of how she pulled that shit off. Because it was an off year, and she did it.
Huh? She'll be elected again. Should be a real
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. They're worried that she's going to run for Senate. New York is petrified that she might run for Senate.
Well, petrified. State, I look at Georgia as a place where Stacey Abrams was able to get them to go blue regarding the Senate, and she still couldn't win as governor.
Yeah, but you got to remember what Stacey did.
What? She's in Georgia.
No. But you got to remember. What the goal was. The goal was for her to win the governorship. But you got to think about what else she did. With her running for governor, She did a lot of other things. She got 2 Georgia senators blue.
Yeah.
Right, but
That's key.
what I'm
With
saying
runoffs
is
and all.
all of the hard work that Stacey Abrams did in the state of Georgia regarding voters and all, and she still couldn't get governorship.
There was no way. The problem was Brian Kemp.
She's a black woman. That's the problem. It
And it was
was
Brian Kemp.
Brian Kemp.
Brian Kemp did enough to veer away from Trump.
He didn't want no parts of Trump. He didn't want no parts of Trump. That's the reason why
Brian Kemp was a hell of a
the state
like there's some Republicans that are master politicians, yo. Brian Kemp is one of them. Mitch McConnell might be the GOAT. We have to have that's a whole different discussion. Mitch McConnell is like, I hate his policies to the core. But when it comes to how he handles politics, he's the master of that shit. Whether he's the majority or the minority leader. He's the master of that shit.
But here's the thing though. You know, like what we was talking about with Brian Kemp, he steered away from Trump. What's the guy named Raffensperger? Was he the
Brian?
state?
Yep.
Yeah, he's the state voter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, he was in charge of the voter of the.
Basically, he went against Trump.
He went against Trump.
And said that there's nothing wrong with the election. I'm overseeing it. I'm not gonna make you lose on purpose.
A lot of people, in a sense, a lot of people in the last general election, presidential election, went away from Trump, except for a couple of goofies like MTG and Matt Gaetz and all those.
But that's the districts that they're in. Like, it's all about the district that they're in too. If they ever remap those districts, they could lose, bro. Like, because it all depends on where they're at and what their constituents are.
Right. So I got a question.
And you got to have an opponent for them. See, that's the thing too. Like, the other party's got to be willing to put like a reputable opponent against these folks. Sometimes you just put a body. I lived in South Carolina, man. I've seen some of the people they put up against some of these Republicans. I will never forget Alvin Green. And if you guys never heard of Alvin Green, look his ass up. Look Alvin Green up. That shit was the most craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. He won a primary to run for the U.S. Senate against a multi-term senator. Had no chance in hell. The Democrats wouldn't even endorse his ass. And he molested somebody. And he was like acting a fool in the fair. It was a shit show.
Man, what do you think about so this is another thing I want to talk about. The Ron DeSantis, he's talking about getting rid of the AP African American Studies.
Talk about it's already done. What are you talking about?
Well, no, I'm just saying. I want people's opinion.
Well, this is why Black people especially, you have to be careful when you allow people to interject into your movements, interject into your education. At its core, critical race theory, he couldn't just attack it. He had to find something to say, okay, we're not going to have this. And so from what I understand, which they're teaching about it at the college level. I just saw a class on it. Basically, intersectionality and something dealing with trans movement. It was entered into the AP study.
Yeah, I think the problem.
I don't know why. But
the problem is some of the things that are within the course that's not necessarily African American studies.
Okay, you didn't have to ban it. You could have just told them to take it out. My point is, whoever it is, it's a plant. Just like they had CIA plants in the civil rights movement, FBI, COINTELPRO, which is a real thing. Like somebody said, let's put intersectionality in there and let's talk about. It's like, what? Why is this even in here? Make up your own AP specifically on the movement of gay rights and transgender, and why are you including this into this course? Yes, it's a part of the history, but it doesn't have to be a part of our course. So he tried to use that. And I think that by him doing that, we may see that it's unconstitutional, maybe, possibly. I just Black people have to be careful when you let people jump on your bandwagon to push certain types of narratives.
I just remember seeing Al Sharpton behind my man doing that speech, and then you could just see his face change, and then you knew that he really wasn't about what he was talking about.
Who was this?
This was like a speech that just happened recently, and Al Sharpton was like there, and Al Sharpton was like behind the guy that was speaking, and I guess he made some comment during his speech, and then like you can just see Al Sharpton's face change. Like, yo, I don't think
Isn't Al Sharpton the same one? Oh no, that was Jesse Jackson. I was going to say, wasn't Jesse Jackson looking at Barack Obama like this N word?
Well,
does anybody remember when he did that? Like, I don't know.
I remember that one. I know what you're talking about.
Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, they're not representative of the civil rights. For me, they're more like the leftovers, the people that
don't do that.
I don't want them to represent anything
don't do that.
that I have going on. I don't.
That.
What
That's
you mean?
tough.
Don't do that. If you
Don't do
look
that.
at
That's
it,
tough,
if you
man.
look, it's definitely not. I don't want them
That's
leading.
hilarious.
I do not want Al Sharpton leading or speaking on anything. I'm sorry.
What she's saying.
Him or Jesse. I don't want them.
Jesse.
I'm done.
I think what she's saying. I think I'm gonna go ahead. I think what she's saying is basically
she's pretty much telling her to retire. Is what she's saying.
Right. It's time for new blood to take over the torch, to try to take the torch from them. Like
somebody got to step up. There's a couple folks coming in the wings though.
Right.
There's a couple folks coming in the wings.
Right. So what she's saying is,
what's their names? It's kind of like gospel music. Why are we still? I mean, Yolanda Adams, you're great. Who else? Donnie McClurkin, you're great too. Kai Tribute, you're great too. Well,
there's a lot of them now though. There's like a whole. It's like the Wu-Tang Clan and its affiliates.
Man, y'all need to pass that torch. Pass it.
Like that's what she's saying. I think that's what she's saying, because what she's saying is this generation is not really gonna go behind Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson. Like they.
No, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
I know exactly what you're saying. I'm with you.
Yeah, to us now is like what we saying is you had your shine, you had your time back in the 60s and the 70s and parts of the 80s. It is now time for y'all to be our, to be our immortals to us. You know what I'm saying? To us, and pass the baton on to somebody else that's younger, that has full of vigor, that's
Benny
ready
Thompson.
to get they're ready to get down and dirty with it. Like that's what I'm saying. Like
Congressional Black Caucus shouldn't be like 70 years and up.
Well, that's the whole Democratic Party. I've been said they gotta,
and that's the issue. Like you guys are.
Look.
You guys
listen.
can't hold on to it till you're about to like.
If I was president for a day, the first thing I would do, I would have an executive order to say, if you are a senator and you are over 50 years old, or if you are a congressman or woman, you are over 50 years old, you will have an election next year, and you cannot run.
I mean, I would say, I think 60 is...
No. Half of it, most of them folks don't even know what the internet is. Nope.
And then
These cats, man. Let me tell you something. I'm out here. Listen,
you got a Supreme Court panel. You got a Supreme Court panel that don't know too much of anything. The only ones that's really young is the last two.
The last couple.
Yeah.
I mean, the Constitution, so that's different from the Supreme Court side. It's different, as far as like.
By the way,
Clarence Thomas should have definitely been.
By the way,
he should have been.
The reason why Mitch McConnell's the GOAT, by the way, is that Supreme Court right now. That's why he's the GOAT. That man was able to get 3 judges in there in that short period of time. With
I
Trump
mean,
in
the new
office.
era needs to start. The reason why I say that we need change is because while you guys are over
David
here
Leck said no.
enjoying,
He can keep his beeper. He can keep his beeper. Let me finish. He can keep his beeper, but he just need to know what the hell the internet is. Like you can't be out here bringing in Facebook and Google and Microsoft, and you ain't got a clue about what the hell you trying to ask them. Like you need to understand this shit. Like you can't pass laws if you don't even know how it works.
All right,
They
go ahead.
got to change the guard, and that's a bipartisan thing. I want them. They got to get younger.
Go ahead, T.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
They
It
introduced
bothers
a
me a
bill.
lot. It
Of course,
bothers me a
they
lot.
introduced a bill to basically cap the number of years that somebody can be elected or how many terms they can have, but of course, it never passed. Like, my thing is the same way that they were so gun ho about passing the torch to Barack Obama, others should have been given a segue also into it. Like, I'm not seeing that, and for me, the reason why a lot of black issues are not pushed is because we don't like the NAACP is supposed to be the one all get all, but you have to realize there's interest groups for everything down to gambling. So we need a interest group at Washington that's just strictly for HBCUs.
I see.
That way, instead of the White House saying, "Oh, we invited these journalists," which by far that's a great accomplishment that you invited HBCU students to be journalists, but we also need to know when we going to get this money for our security. We need a federal bill passed to send $300 million to all the HBCUs so that we can get some better security, especially with all these threats that were taken seriously. We need more money and we're not getting it through the state. So you guys need to, it's a lot of performative action from politicians, presidents, vice presidents. Everything is very performative. Let's give them a holiday. Let's give them the keys to the city. No, we need substantive,
Substan-
yeah, I can't even
Substantive.
say substantial funding, equity, laws. Like I don't want to do a photo op. What you got for me? And we don't have those type of people holding the politicians accountable.
Man, this is a
Somebody said that Vice President Kamala Harris graduated from Howard, and
that's not doing nothing for us. Like, bro, the only way she have power is if Joe Biden forgets his damn name the next morning or something like that, or he croaks. That's the only way.
Do y'all think? I think he's gonna run again. But if he decides not to run again,
if he runs again and he is elected and Vice President Kamala Harris is still his vice president, then we will officially have our first woman president, and she will be of African American and Asian descent.
I thought she was Jamaican.
No, she's Asian in her, right?
I thought
Asian.
she had Jamaican. I thought she was Jamaican and Asian.
Some people are saying that they hope he doesn't, but then you're gonna have a split. There's gonna be if he doesn't run again. There's gonna be a Democrat. There's gonna be a Democratic split because
truth be told, if y'all want to keep it a buck, ain't nobody else. Look, they ain't no. I know the candidates that want to try to do something. The only guy that could probably beat somebody is Bernie, and Bernie's just as old as them.
And not only that, but Kamala is not Madam Vice
and Kamala
President.
Kamala can't win.
She
Kamala
can't
ain't
win,
beating
but
none
she
of them
won't play
cats.
second fiddle to nobody. Who? Why would I be?
There it is. I wasn't tripping. Kamala's pops is Jamaican, mother's India. Still American, but you know.
Jamaican, Indian, American.
She's Jamaican Indian.
Mm-hmm.
The
She's
VP
black.
is black and Indian.
Yeah. So
my point is this: presidents, just because of the amount of stress they're in, they age in dog years. Like if you look at the time that they are elected,
I remember Bush and Obama. Let me tell you something.
Which Bush we talk about? We talk
Bush,
about
Bush Jr., the first one.
The
second one. Let me tell you something. Bush Jr. had all his hair. It was brown. He was straight. When he was after governor. After 9/11, like about a couple months after 9/11, all that shit was gray. By the time he hit election,
when he was governor of Texas. So let me say it like this: when he was the owner of the Texas Rangers baseball team, and he had his hair was vigorous, brown, black, whatever you want to call it. When he became the governor of Texas, he didn't have too much stress because at the time our state was he had it booming. He was going off what our previous governor at the time, Ann Richards, God rest her soul, what she was doing, and he just brought in some more innovative things as far as even though he was a Republican, Texas was booming. Like you said, the minute that he became the president of the United States, and the minute that his ass had to deal with 9/11,
let me tell you something.
And what you think?
All this,
and Barack, same thing. Barack had all that black hair, and as soon as reality hit that he was going through a crisis, a housing crisis, that shit went gray by the end of his first term so fast. It was over for him.
Yeah.
And then, so I'm saying that to say this, that just gives you the segue of the amount of stresses they're under. Mm-hmm. So Joe Biden we're like at the cusp of World War III. Literally.
Joe Biden, when he came to A&T, was looking for somebody to shake his hand. That was the funniest shit I ever saw in my life.
You know who aged badly too, in a sense? Bill Clinton.
Yeah, Bill had it bad,
bro. It's just
Bill had it bad.
Bill had it bad, bro. Bill had it so bad. He had so many scandals going on during that time frame. He had all that shit going on. The 90s was
Joe Biden is 80 years old. 80.
I know.
And you know what? I'm not saying that he's mentally doesn't have the capacity. What I'm saying is that when you're the president of the United States, that's
you got a whole bunch of shit to think about.
And Russia,
like it is amazing that he really wanted to do that job.
I mean, I think it's almost like it's your time. You know what I'm saying?
No, F all that.
Bernie Sanders too. It's kind of like I want.
But Bernie's actually looks like he could do it. Like he ain't.
Give it. She gave you the face. She gave you the face.
You don't think he could look? If you
Bernie Sanders is 81.
And all right, so if you put Bernie Sanders in a room right now, and you do a debate with Bernie Sanders and put Bernie Sanders versus Joe Biden, who you think gonna end up out on top? Do you think?
What are we even saying here? Donald Trump couldn't speak 3 complete sentences without saying something asinine.
I know.
They don't hold our presidents that are not. They don't hold them to the same standards. Like Barack Obama.
Well, they don't have to.
He's so
they ain't too many of us that get a shot to get that far. Remember, you got to think about what it took for Barack Obama to get his nomination. That man had to go to Harvard. He had to go to Harvard University. He had to go get his law degree. They try to find every single thing about this man. They try to put his middle name out there in these streets to give folks a reason not to vote for him.
Right.
They tried to find everything imaginable to this man, and they couldn't find enough to stop him from getting the nomination. Bill Clinton even risked his black card, talking about, well, Jesse Jackson won in South Carolina too.
Yeah, he did.
And so, like,
listen, the moment when Hillary, see, this is the difference, and you'll learn very quickly about liberals and Democrats. When it comes to black versus white, mind you, there's supposed to be the party for the blacks. They're gonna always choose one side, and it ain't black.
I live in one of the most liberal states in the country. The difference between living in a blue state and a red state is this. The red state will tell you they don't want to deal with your ass. Mm-hmm. The blue state will just buy you out of their way.
Like, here, I'm going to give you a couple of million.
I'll repeat that for you. I'll repeat that for you guys one more time. The red state will just tell you they don't want to deal with you. the blue state would just buy you out of the way.
Man,
Want an example? Go see, check out Providence. Providence is like 70% white. 80% of the school system in that city is of color. Of the students is of color. 80%. Worst school system in the country.
Man, this is gonna be we gonna have to do this. We just gonna have to do this subject again on another day.
It's a different type of economics, guys. That's all it boils down to. I learned that real fast when I moved up here.
A different kind of racism.
Yeah.
South, they're gonna call you the N-word, and then in up north, it's behind.
You just can't afford to live on this side of Boston. Like you just can't afford it.
Passing legislation to make it a crime if your child doesn't live in your district.
Oh yeah. Man, but Dave, I thank you for coming on, bro. I knew you had. Yeah. I got the picture of the CIAA.
Pull that up. I retweeted it for you just so you can see the crowd. That crowd is in. Charlotte ain't doing this. Actually, you lived in Charlotte, so you could do a comparison. You ever been to the tournament?
Who, me?
No. She loves thee. Mona.
Yeah.
Pull it up real quick. And then we can close out because I gotta. Yeah, it's 12. Yeah, I gotta get out. 6 hours all I need. 6-hour drive. I'm gonna finish packing up real quick. Put a couple more things in. I might have spent too much money, man. CIAA weekend. I bought a couple hoodies. Bought me a CIAA jacket and some hoodies.
See, that's the one thing I heard when I hear about CIAA. Like it's the tournament for. Like where y'all was saying that it was the tournament for the party.
Oh yeah, that's what it is, man. Like I didn't go to a single party while I was here, but my daughter's here, so I ain't gonna be out here trying to cause chaos with my 15-year-old here. So and I invited her so we can check out some colleges. So we went to 6 colleges this week. So went to 4 HBCUs and 2 PWIs. So all
in the Baltimore area.
Nah, we went to Delaware. We pulled up on Delaware State. I couldn't get a tour lined up, so we pulled up, checked out the outside of the campus. Pretty nice campus outside, I'll say that. But the other 5, we got formal tours for the other 5. So yeah, went to Coppin, Morgan, Howard. Coppin, Morgan, Howard, Townsend, and John Hopkins.
John Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's kind of tough to get up in there.
She's an all-A student.
Kudos.
We'll see if she keeps it up. Oh well, she, the requirements for John Hopkins was interesting. They're still not taking SAT scores right now, but I think the big thing they care about more is about everything else you do outside of it.
Right. And I'm pulling up the picture from the CIAA tournament, so I can understand like that's the reason why it's going to stay in Baltimore and not go back.
Yeah, Spelman's on the list. South Carolina State's on the list. She told me she didn't want to go to any school below Georgia. I'm trying to convince her to go a little bit lower south because there's some pretty good schools down there too. But we'll see. So, but Spelman's on the list. State's on the list. At some point, I got to get her down. I got to get her a formal tour at A&T at some point. But she got 2 years, man. She's a sophomore, so she got time. She got time. She literally liked Howard, but I don't think she likes the concept of where Howard is located. Because let me tell you, I didn't like that was my first time actually touring Howard. Like I went to Howard one time because I'm a Sigma and I had to go down there for Centennial, but I didn't realize how intense it was downtown in DC, where Howard is located.
So this is over at the Baltimore. What's the name of the arena?
CFG Arena.
Right. From what I heard, nice arena. It's a nice crowd there. It's a nice for the Division II basketball tournament. A Division II basketball tournament. That is a nice big size crowd right there.
Yeah, this was during the final between Winston and Lincoln. This was the first time Lincoln made it to the finals in their history in the men's game. But I mean, Winston led the whole game. It was wire to wire. Same goes for Elizabeth City State for the women. They led wire to wire in the final. I'm seeing the chat. Major, she doesn't know what she want to major in. She's leaning towards graphics design, but she's not sure yet. She hasn't decided. She hasn't fully decided yet. But she got time. One thing I learned during these tours, I guess John Hopkins, you don't pick a major until your sophomore year.
Wow.
Yeah, you don't have to pick. You don't pick your major until after your freshman year.
You see this, Simone? Like the crowd and everything. It's a nice. I mean, it's a nice crowd.
Division two?
Oh no, that looks good.
For a Division two conference, yeah.
That looks amazing. For Division One, what are we talking about here? Period.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I have to say, yeah. I meant to say this the other night. Shout out to Tuskegee women's basketball for going undefeated in SIAC play, 20-0, bro.
That's amazing.
In conference play. I think that's amazing. That's the first time ever in their school history that they went undefeated. So kudos to Tuskegee, y'all.
That's amazing.
Out here in these HBCU streets, drubbing folks to go 20-0 in a conference. I know this week is the NFL Combine, so it starts Thursday.
That is right. That is this week.
Mm-hmm. Isaiah Land is at the Combine. I think it's some more. It's him and one more from HBCU ranks that is at the Combine. But
my boy, what's the guy name? No, I don't know if the other guy is at the Combine. The guy from Pine Bluff.
Talking about Mark Evans. Mark Evans. He should be. I think he is going to the Combine too. But I don't know if he's going to do anything. But
let me tell you something about Evans, bro. If he does do something, he shows out enough, he could mess around and be a early day two pick. He's been impressive so far, from what I understand.
So yeah, man. Shout out to them and shout out to all the participants. Like I said, shout out to all the participants in the HBCU Combine and the Legacy Bowl because that was much needed. Good defensive game. Tomorrow don't want Chennis to come into the SWAC because he'll turn it out.
I didn't say that I don't want him to come, but like
everybody can't be in the damn SWAC.
Not just that, their facilities and everything are amazing. Like maybe he wants to talk about going from Division 2 to Division 1, but trying to take it when everything is built up. Like they have some amazing facilities. I wouldn't want to say, hey, come to FAMU. Oh wait, not FAMU. Sorry.
Don't do that.
Where is he? Where is he going? I'm trying to figure out where is he gonna go. Southern, because Dooley's
Valley Southern? when they get another coach. But why would he want to go to Valley? Like that, the same thing I said when Valley needed a coach.
Nobody said anything about Valley because while you guys are over there sleeping on Valley, they have been recruiting their ass off. They have a 3-star quarterback that's coming out of that school that got shut down. Their program got shut down.
New Mexico State University.
Okay, so the football program didn't get shut down, but the quarterback from New Mexico State University transferred to Valley. Valley had a great recruiting class. Don't sleep on Valley this year. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna do that.
You think they're gonna do that much damage?
And they have Kendrick Wade at the helm. They're making moves.
I'm intrigued to see
Chicago State football game coming this year.
They're playing Central there.
Yep.
Yeah, so
they go man, Valley out here getting all
Chicago.
The bags, yo.
But what Valley I'm saying is like, don't sleep on.
Yeah, I don't want to sleep on Valley.
Ray, RISD's on our list. But do you know how much RISD cost? RISD ain't cheap. RISD costs like $65,000 a year.
Damn.
RISD costs as much as Brown. And you got to stay on campus the first year. So RISD's on the list. RISD's competitive as hell too. But she doesn't want to stay here. She don't want to stay in New England. She don't want to stay up here. Trust me. Rhode Island's trying to keep her. All the letters we getting, they trying to keep her up there. But
Yeah.
she don't want to stay
I'm
there.
wondering why I only see that he had. I'm just asking real quick. Davius Richard that he only had 30 touchdowns. I'm not understanding why.
He had 30 passing touchdowns
30
and he had
passing.
30 passing and 11 rushing.
Maybe they
One
don't have
receiving
it.
too.
Wait, do they
Yeah,
not
yeah.
have it? Do they not have it updated or something on
Probably
the
didn't. They
website?
probably-
No, because you just had it when you had it up. It showed 30 passing touchdowns and it showed 10 rushing and one
let me
receiving because he got a receiving
yeah,
touchdown
10
too. He caught a
10
touchdown pass.
Why don't I see that? I see 15 touchdowns, rushing touchdowns, and
I might go to that Grambling Hampton game, man. I'm debating that one.
Oh, okay. I
I might
will
go. I might drive up for it.
Oh, let me say this, man, before we get up out of here. Shout out to J Max from Swaggin' Food. My boy stopped by my job today because his daughter, they're here in Dallas because it's the NCAA National Championship for cheerleading here in Dallas. So yeah, stopped by the store. It's the second time he stopped by my store while he was in town because the first time they came last year for when they played Texas Southern in Arlington. But we chopped it up for about good 15, 20 minutes. But man, shout out to him, man, for coming to check on your boy. Even though he's a Southern grad, I'm not gonna hold it against him, but he cool people, man. He cool people. So I told him, I said I might be going to we might be coming down to Baton Rouge for the Southern game. That's September the 9th, right?
is Adrian Cook with Southern?
Yep. That's my boy that got cooked by Mr. Brown.
Listen, the only time Southern's coach has won anything is at this HBCU Legacy Bowl.
Nah, I can't say that. Dawson
Who lost to Southern? How many times did Southern lose to
I
Jackson
gotta-
State in the last 2 years?
3 times.
I got a random non topic. Y'all been paying attention to what's been going on at Coppin State with Miss Coppin State?
Nah, what's up?
You talking about
So
that
they-
she's not black?
Yeah, that's insanity to me.
What's
From the standpoint of
insanity?
the outrage of the shit. Like I don't understand why there's outrage of that.
I
that's
mean,
something that's
I just
It's voted by the students.
Gotta run about me because I
she was uncontested. She was uncontested. Nobody else ran against her, so she was like the de facto Miss
Okay.
Coppin State. But
Right.
she's not black, so there's some outrage from I guess people who are not in the Coppin community that feel some type of way about it because it's like you're representing an HBCU, and it's
But she's the person of color. Like what are we talking about?
historically
here?
black college and university, not historically person.
But our history, we never discriminate against anybody. That's my thing, right? But that's my thing, right?
Listen.
So like from my perspective, it's like, all right, so and I think there's some folks in Coppin that felt the way too. But my thing has been, she ran for one. The folks who aren't at Coppin that have an issue with it, kind of not your business anyway. But it's
I don't know. I feel like HBCU business as an overall, it's just the representation. Listen, the fact of the matter is this: in order for a black woman, a black woman to get elected as, or to be voted in as Miss Alabama,
What's the first step though?
Miss LSU.
What's the first step?
What do you mean? What's the first step?
You have to run, right?
We're just speaking on is it feasible for it, what is the pathway that it takes for a black woman
to do it? You have to run. That's the first step. You have to decide to run. That's the first step. You have to run. And then you got to try to campaign and see if you can win.
Listen,
I mean,
I'm sure that she realizes the
No, she's not. NBC News is
She
covering it.
realizes the crown that she holds, and I'm sure she'll represent it well.
Oh, she is, and there's folks that got her back too, and there's other HBCU queens that got her back, and I'm happy that they're standing up for her.
It's just about gatekeeping. Because
no, I get it. I understand that side of it, but it's just for me. It's like, all right, she was uncontested. Nobody else ran. If somebody at the school got an issue with it, I mean, that's kind of on them.
But like you said, it ain't their business, though.
It ain't.
It ain't their business, man.
Listen, y'all can't.
I remember. I don't know if y'all remember the outrage when they had the white valedictorian at Morehouse, and I'm like, guys,
because African Americans systemically that title has been taken away from us. See, you guys are thinking of a viewpoint of equal and this, that, and the third, but in reality, nothing is equal in this world, and we don't gatekeep hard enough. And that's not even just for non-people of color. I have to admit for myself, some of these people who came to Jackson State, I didn't vet them properly, and so I was bamboozled. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things that I wasn't even aware of until after it took place, and I was like, damn, how did I miss that? Right. I usually research real hard, and I didn't do my due diligence with regard to that.
Hold on.
It's just interesting.
Hey,
a MEAC versus MEAC game this season in football. Which one you gonna see, man? You should go check out Howard versus Morgan since it's a rivalry now.
But you know,
Erica, not a rivalry.
Oh, it is. Oh no. Oh, you didn't hear what happened? You didn't hear what happened this week?
Why are they a rivalry? Just because somebody beat don't mean that there's a
No. You don't. I don't think you heard what happened this week. So I'm gonna clue you in. Then I really gotta go because I gotta get some rest soon. So Monday, Howard and Morgan played in basketball.
Right.
I learned that one of my friends who was a Howard alum, Erica, who's also they're about to start X's and O's. I think they got their show going on Monday.
Yeah, please check that out.
Absolutely. Shout out to BJ, Josh, and Erica for X's and O's. Now, this thing here, Erica had decided to raise $10,000 in less than 2 weeks while she was on vacation in Ghana.
Wow.
These are Erica things. All right. This is Howard.
Yeah. We
love Erica to death. Now, so she decided to raise this money. Now, what you're wondering, what is she going to do with this money? She chartered multiple buses. She chartered multiple buses and bought 200 tickets to the Howard versus Morgan game. She bought the tickets the morning of the game. She bussed students from Howard, told the alumni bases across the DMV to buy tickets from the alumni to come to the game. Morgan State, they eventually got wind of this. But this was after the tickets were bought, alumni started buying up. They took over a portion of Morgan State's Hill. I think they call it the Hill Field House.
Mm-hmm.
And so it got to the point where Morgan had to tweet their students to let them know, you better get there before the women's game because all the tickets are gone. So the women's game was packed. I was at the game. Phenomenal environment, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling us about that.
Let me tell you something. So Erica was there, and I said, Erica, why did you do this? And she said, all Markham had to do was be nice to me.
So she did it on the bed petty, bro.
That's the only reason why she did that shit. All he had to do was be nice to me. And I would have never done it. It was like, that's the only reason why I did it. So she had the whole royal court of Howard there. They all came. So they were up front in the section. I got a picture. I think I posted it on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
So the ladies' game happened. Morgan lost to Howard in the ladies' game.
Right.
You know, so that was an upset. That was considered an upset because at that point, that was the second game in a row that Morgan lost.
Right.
And the one that happened today was the third.
Right.
It was 3 in a row. And then so then the main event, and then the men's game happened, and then Morgan beat Howard. So then of course when the game was out of hand, all the Morgan State fans came towards the Howard section. And let me tell you something. And I just looked at Erica because I was sitting in the student section. I was sitting in the Howard area with Erica. And let me tell you something. I looked at Erica and I was like, if you don't think it's a rivalry now, it is. If you didn't think it was a rivalry before, it is now. This is what it is. It is a rivalry
Erica
now.
did that on some petty stuff.
It is now. I was like, I'm seeing your students flipping off them. They're flipping y'all back. Y'all cussing each other out. Y'all going back and forth. Y'all about to scrap in Baltimore. Luckily they did not. You know, I ain't seen so many birds in my life come from Howard University students ever.
Bro, Erica did that on some petty stuff. I gotta talk to her about that.
Let me tell you
that was
something.
Checkmate right there.
Let me tell you something. But I will say that was a phenomenal environment that I saw between Howard and Morgan on Monday. Mm-hmm. That was a phenomenal game, phenomenal set of games. So it was a pretty good week, really good set of games I got to see, to say the least. But it was rocking in there in that game, man. It was sold out. So yeah,
well,
it's
congratulations on that newfound rivalry. Jackson State, we don't have rivals. We just beat everybody.
Oh, this is what you do. Oh, there you go.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that now. Be careful. Be careful over there. Let me tell you something. You need to be careful over there.
I'm talking about the Jackson State women.
Oh, I thought you were talking
about. No. Don't be out here trying to be in particulars, because you're gonna be like FAMU, and then when I say basketball, they get all quiet. They get like quiet like mice.
And we can talk about, of course, the men's football team who's been running through the SWAC for 2 years straight. We're the team to beat. We don't have any rivals.
We're gonna see.
We're the new money game. Come play for us.
Okay, we're gonna see. Look, let me tell you something. Listen, man. This is the toughest schedule y'all had since pre-Dion. So I'm fascinated to see how y'all gonna do this year.
Look, and there you go, talking about strength of schedule. Listen, I don't want to hear from near school from SWAC.
I said y'all had a good schedule this year. I told you guys y'all had a good schedule this year. I finally gave y'all credit for actually having a schedule. I gave y'all props.
Even if we didn't have a good schedule,
y'all would get the heat. Y'all would get the same heat FAMU got when I saw Lincoln from a state that I didn't realize had a Lincoln.
California.
You would have gotten the same heat.
Yeah, man.
The same heat.
Man, but yeah, man, thank you for coming on, my brother, man. Because I know you gotta make that drive. You still gotta make that drive.
You like the channel. If you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, make sure y'all like the channel. Make sure you subscribe to both channels, all three channels, basically. Panther Nation Podcast too.
Yeah. The show moved to Tuesday. The show moved to Tuesday about 2 weeks ago. We moved the show to Tuesday.
I remember that. You told me that too. But check out all three shows: Panther Nation Podcast, SheLovesThee, and HBCU Overdrive. Man, thank you for coming on the show. I know we're gonna be here for a little bit, but yeah, you hung in there with us for 3.5 hours.
You ain't lying, bro.
I'm talking about music for an hour. I'm kind of still salty about that, but I'm gonna let y'all slide.
It wasn't that long. It wasn't that long, was it?
Come on, no, it was like 30 minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't that long. Look, to get me to talk about Chop This Screw on the 20th anniversary of the listening, that is a very, 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 very interesting task to pull off.
Man, but I mean, we gonna chop back up on Twitter streets Wednesday night, because I got something for Josh, man. Yeah, check out HBCU Nightly on Twitter Space.
And I know Adrian Cook ain't saying nothing. They dropped nothing but Easter eggs last season and had the nerve to book Florida Memorial. Don't say nothing about Jackson State, Adrian Cook. You are barred from talking nothing but Easter eggs last season.
Oh my goodness, she y'all done got her going. It's past her bedtime.
Y'all, let me tell y'all something. I'm just listen. If A&T goes 2-9, I can't sit through this shit. I can't.
Oh man,
I've been through a lot though.
I got it.
You ain't met my level of petty. Yeah.
Nah. And listen, let me tell you something.
Please.
Nothing touches raising money from alumni bases in less than 2 weeks to buy buses to get students to a game. Nothing's touching that. That's different.
To your conference.
That's different,
game.
yo.
That's funny.
That's different. That's different.
Not a rival. What are you talking about?
It's a rival.
Jackson State is not. Southern is not a rival of Jackson State.
Southern's a rival, man.
Absolutely.
Come on.
They're a rival. She said after last season, nah, they ain't no rival.
You gotta earn these titles now. Y'all need to earn that rival title.
Rivals are rivals, man. Rivals are rivals. Look, man, I'm learning about rivals. I'm learning about rivals every day. When Elon beat us in the women's game, they called us rivals. And I'm like, wow, y'all called us rivals. But then again, I thought they were about to scrap at the end of that game. But it just happens.
Man, y'all hold me hostage, y'all. I'm a holler shot.
No. Let's get out of here. I got to get some rest for real. I got to finish packing and get out of here. So it's been real, man. Appreciate the invite.
Anytime, man. So, man, what I was talking about, I was talking to a couple of people trying to get media credentials, especially for the SWAC Media Day that's happening this summer. Just plug in the show and we keep our nose clean and don't down talk the conference or anybody like that. We don't do that foolishness.
I never down talk. Now I might say like a little fodder or something, say something smart about another team, but I am not disrespectful to the SWAC.
Yeah, we're not gonna be disrespectful because I want to be in there. I want to ask questions.
Who told you that?
What? No, but that's
was that some advice that was given or something?
What advice is given? Because we trying to look. We get media day passes. We go down to Birmingham. We can do our show
as much stuff as off script talked, and he was down there his first year or wherever. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody. I don't do well with like censorship or stuff like that. Now, of course, I'm always going to be pro HBCU, pro SWAC, which I think for the most part, anybody that listens to my channel, they know that I'm pro HBCU. Now, while I might say something smart every now and again in fodder against another HBCU, I've never down talked like the commissioner or anything. Now, holding somebody accountable, asking questions that people should ask.
We will do that.
I'll definitely do that.
Yeah.
We're not SWAC Overdrive and She Loves SWAC podcast. So I'm definitely going to still have critical thinking and analysis. And if I feel like there's something that needs to be talked about, I'm gonna talk about it.
You see what Adrian just put out there and said you're doing great, shoot.
Okay, yeah. That's our rival, right? Southern.
No, but like I said, I'm going to actually. When is
that? When is that SWAC Media Day?
I think it's in July.
Oh, I want to come to that.
So what are we gonna do is when the link comes up for it, I'll send it to you. That way you can put your info and drop in your
credentials.
Drop it so you get your credentials. Do your YouTube page, your YouTube channel, and drop it with them so they can actually, because they have to actually go through it.
Oh yeah, so I would have to
But in a sense, they'll go through it, but it's not as bad because we're not saying any disparaging remarks to the about the conference and about the commission and stuff like that. But like I said, I tell people we are unbiased I'm unbiased. I'm unbiased until it comes to Jackson State. Okay.
Well, I'm pro. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm obviously a Jackson State alum, so obviously, and my title is She Loves Thee. So obviously, I'm Jackson State through and through. But as far as giving like analysis about different schools and stuff, so I guess I need to get that Valley coach Kendrick Way. I need to get him.
We need to get him on the show for We need to get them on the show. But what I'm saying is like it's good to be unbiased, but also to be critical and have critical thinking, constructive criticism. People don't take constructive criticism lightly. They think that it's more of an insult than actually kind of being helped along, coached. So basically, I tell people that I'm not want to be seen as a bad guy because I'm not the bad guy because I cover everything. If you really don't think about it, like I took a 30-minute break to cover music that's from my state that was in my era, that we listened to. It kind of gave us the soundtracks for the HBCUs here in Texas and mostly in the South. I took a break from talking about football and basketball and everything else and start talking about music. Who does that? Me. But my partner said she feels salty because I took a 30-minute break. She thought I took an hour. Come on now, don't do me like that. But that's what I'm just saying. We do that, man. We can do our show and ask the questions to the coaches, the ADs, then start going to the SIDs and start asking questions about, getting media passes for certain games and stuff like that. Because look, this is like a damn second job to me. This is a second job for me right here. Oh Lord, come on now. You about to start a pity of Reggie?
Reggie representing.
Reggie my dog, man. Reggie be contributing to the channel.
Who he represent though?
Reggie, remember he was on. You remember Coach Hayes?
Coach Hayes. Miami
guy? Yeah, he's on there also. So he plugged all of us. He plugged both of us in.
No, but who is he representing though? What school?
Hey, what school you represent, Reggie? Come on now, because we need to know. Because Russell is a MEAC guy. He asked me what MEAC game I'm going to. I don't know.
He'll be in my comments getting at me about the MEAC.
I don't know about the MEAC. I don't know which MEAC game I would go to.
Football, MEAC basketball.
I don't know about what MEAC game I would want to go to, other than if we playing Jack State and South Carolina State. So
the game I'm going to is Jackson State versus South Carolina State. South Carolina State looks like it's done dropped a lot in all sports, so hopefully they can get that back.
So what's your take on the MEAC?
So where's Reggie from?
I don't know where Reggie's from. Don't disappear, Reggie. Come on.
Right. Man. Don't ask to have unbiased news and you can't even tell me what you repping.
But nah,
and I know he not a Bethune-Cookman fan as hard as I've been going for Bethune-Cookman. I know.
Oh, Tuskegee.
Who?
Tuskegee. He just said our women's team is 20-0. Tuskegee.
Is that D1?
No, it's SIAC. Come on now, don't do them like that.
Listen.
Hey man, look.
See now, if Reggie started a Reggie and Tuskegee channel, I wouldn't be asking him to be unbiased. That's not fair.
He'll be, but still, it's good to have all these everybody coming in from different conferences, different schools, just different whole backgrounds. It's good to have all this good right here, because now this gives people who wants to watch, who looks at this, and they be like, look, that's a good channel. They a good duo. Go on and give them their credentials. Get them credentials, man. That's what we need. when we get them credentials, we in there. We in there. But
I
what we got?
plan on streaming directly from the FAMU versus Jackson State game in Miami.
Oh yeah, you gonna be in Miami? Okay, so you be in Miami. You tell me what's going on. Then we'll do it. Post game show.
Absolutely.
Bad. And then you have to make your way to Texas, or unless I go to Texas. I mean, Texas State.
In Texas.
Well, I mean Texas State. That's what I'm trying to say. Texas State.
That's San Marcos. You're probably what, 4 hours away?
4 hours. It's
like,
4 hours. Down 35. The pipeline to Mexico. So it is like 35. You go all the way to 30. Go down 35. You end up in Laredo.
Yeah, that's where we need to be busing some kids out to that game. We got to make sure that game is just as big as all the rest of our games.
Like, the stadium seats about 33,000. We need to have at least 20,000 with number blue and white. Like, for real. I'm dead serious.
Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud.
But yeah, we need to get every away game. We need to pack that thing out. Like,
now, I don't think that's going to be a problem. It's just Texas State is not. It's. I feel like it's a really big game, but I don't want to have the same numbers as when we went to ULM.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I want it to be at par, at the same level. So I don't really know the. You said that it's 4 hours from Dallas?
Yeah. So like it's literally so like from Dallas to Austin, it's like 3 hours.
If they don't, then Mr. Haynes, you have to send me make a donation of $200 to my channel.
Oh, make 2 donations.
That's a deal.
2 donations.
He not making you wear a hat.
I'll wear a hat. If I'll live up to my bed.
I almost said something smart, Mr. Cook. I keep cooking you though, so I'm gonna leave y'all alone.
Oh, geez.
Mr. Cook, did you hear Jason Brown announce that he almost went to Southern?
Oh, he watched that show.
Almost went to Southern.
He watched that show.
6, he was supposed to go to Southern. January 4th, he went to Jackson State, and he's like, I don't even need to go nowhere else. How do I get enrolled? How many classes do I need to take? 12 credit hours? All right.
Shout out to DJ Gemini 504.
Weightlifting at 12:30, 12:45 in the morning.
Hey man, they gets it in. If he in New Orleans, you remember it no, but like 11:45 here.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so yeah, we got to get those media credentials. What we got for the store Monday is Monday Night Review. We got SWAC basketball for Monday night. SWAC and me at basketball because it's going down to the wire. Do you have anything else on the docket that we could put on the show as far as what we can talk about other than the basketball? And
when you talking about today?
Monday.
What is this Monday Night Live? Did I sign up for that?
You know what?
We have to see what's going to happen. I mean, what's going to happen tomorrow? We have to get the analysis, of course, from the draft stock. Like, the follow-up from all the different people that are coming through with that. I want to talk a little bit more about TSU, just because I think it's important for all HBCU.
Which TSU?
Supporters, Tennessee State.
Okay.
Yeah. Dang, Mississippi got a lot going on.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we waiting on right now? Did you see that new video for Jackson State? Did you see it?
Yes, by the new director of football media Austin Robinson, aka
said we weren't
ASBP
working?
Visuals. Huh?
Who said we weren't working? Who said? Why y'all asking whether or not we working? That silence is something special about the silence.
Man.
And he just tweeted that he's going to be doing a special on Monday for the women's basketball team.
Oh yeah. He in the lab. He in the lab right now. Cause he about to leave New Orleans because he's down at the not celebration, I'm saying Legacy Bowl in New Orleans. Shout out to Ken Clark. They was down there in New Orleans also.
We had a lot of swag, not just swag, but HBCU media that was great to see all those different.
Shout out to Blue as always. Like everybody coming in, doing their thing. There's a lot. It's a beautiful thing. It's just a beautiful thing to have all that HBCU content going on live down there in New Orleans.
So there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of moves are being made. But I guess right now we're going to talk about the spring. What's next is I guess the NFL Combine is next, which there was only 2 that got invited, right?
Right.
And who else? Mark Evans? Who else
Mark Evans.
Okay, so there's only 2. And then
we got players in the XFL too that's in that from HBCUs that's in the XFL right now too. So they're starting the second week XFL play.
I've seen a lot of hype with XFL. They were on Twitter today.
The games are pretty much exciting. It's a good buzz going on for the XFL. Shout out to I forgot his name. The new director of media for the Sonic Boom. I forgot his name, man. It was on the tip of my tongue.
But now repeat that.
Shout out to the new director of media for the Sonic Boom of the South.
Who is that?
It's on Twitter because I've seen it. I've seen it. I had to. Let me see. I'm gonna put it. All right, here you go. The new director media for the Sonic Boom of the South is Trinian Wimbush. Yeah, Trinian Wimbush.
What is his Instagram?
Let me see. Thank you. I know. Let me see if he got a Twitter. I don't see he has a Twitter, but let me see. Instagram.
And what does the director of media do? The filming?
Yeah.
So it's basically the same thing as Austin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he don't have social media right now, or he probably private. But shout out to him though, man, for getting that. Oh, that's him. That's snap. He do put out Tony. He put out some fire content. He's in the same mode as Killer Kev and Smash Time, like Smash, like for real. I didn't know that was him. I didn't know that was his deal.
He's got a lot of followers. Over 76,000, featured on BET, Netflix, Comedy Central, and more.
Yeah, he got YouTube. Yeah, he got the YouTube right there. I think I'm already subscribed to him.
I just subscribed to him. Thank you for that. Did you put it up there? Tony Cook had put it up there for us.
Yeah, he did.
That's what's up.
Yeah, he does do a good job. Like, and he does every band. So I think he does high schools also too. But yeah, it's good that we got him. So we got two of the best that does videography. He's a Southern alum.
Where's Adrian at? He's got something to clap his hands about. Adrian, where you at? You got a Southern alum.
Yeah. But other than that, I don't think we got anything else going on. So that's it. So we're gonna talk about Tennessee State. We talk about the basketball going down to the wire. And then I'll still continue my schedule breakdown. So I want people to be on Thursday, because Thursday I am breaking down Jackson State's schedule Thursday night.
I didn't even know that you was continuing these schedule series. That's what's up.
Yeah. I do it on the days that I'm off work, Tuesdays and Thursdays, because that's the only time I can actually get some stuff done in the early afternoon. I don't care about too much about the viewership as far as in the afternoon. I just want to put it out there to let people know what my prediction is, because other people gonna have their own prediction, but it's just my prediction. It's a way too early prediction, basically. Not Patty.
Well, now that I know that he's Tuskegee, I'll be looking for some.
We're gonna talk about
gems to drop about Tuskegee.
We gonna get on Tuskegee too, man. Because I talked about Tuskegee also. So when the football team, hey, bro, come on now.
Who did that? Why you see? This is how you get me in trouble, because you be messy, and I'm talking about you. You being messy, because now you know Adrian know he's wrong for that.
Man, did you like how I dropped that little snippet from last weekend's show?
Yeah, let him break it down.
I had to put
I
it
just
in.
haven't had a chance to like cut anything up. You know, right now I'm trying to of course monetize.
Yeah.
And so I have to do some type of video talking about my channel before I get monetized. So I just kind of.
You really don't have to do that. I didn't have to do that.
Well, that's what they said I had to do. So I didn't do any extra content. Outside of us getting on here talking, I haven't done any extra content. But it's congratulations on our new director. They know about greatness. So of course they wanted to come to the Jackson State University.
Oh yeah. Y'all know she gonna plug that in. Y'all know she gonna plug that in. Come on now. But we'll try to catch everybody on Monday night, 7:00, because I'm not staying at work past 5. So I'm trying to get it going 7:00, be done by 8:30.
I'll be on at 8:30.
You'll be on at 8:30?
Yeah, my son doesn't go to bed till 8:30, so
Oh,
yeah.
boo.
Which is 7:30 your time.
Okay, we can do that. 7:30. 7:30. I understand, but like I said, I'm not
That's
saying.
supposed to be an hour show, honey. That's got to be an hour, hour and a half show, and it's done.
Oh yes, we're gonna do an hour and a half show.
Still have a lot of
Cause
basketball going around that time. It should be the men's playing by then.
yeah, cause the missus be looking at me like, nigga, I thought you gonna be on the show for an hour. Hey, look, you already know. I've been doing this for 9 months. We go whenever people tell me, get your ass off the damn camera. But catch us on Monday night. I have some stuff chopped up, probably either Monday or Tuesday, and distribute it out to the folks, to the masses, and we'll catch y'all then, man.
All right, Tuskegee.
Questions will be. We will have questions using the super chat on Monday, because we got to get paid on both channels. So
You gonna have to cash out me your question.
I got
for my channel.
For Cash App her question for her channel, and y'all just hit me up.
And that's for Mr. Haynes, because he always be trying to have me do 4 or 5 different projects while we on this channel. He be asking me 10 different questions. Do I know this? Do I know that? It's like, dang, Mr. Haynes, this is not Jeopardy, HBCU Jeopardy.
This has not a MEAC shirt. This is my authentic Cincinnati Reds Ken Griffey Jr. jersey. Thank you very much.
See, like asking me, have I had Blue Store chicken? What?
Blue Store chicken in Baton Rouge go hard. It go hard. Adrian, I already know. Blue Store chicken, it goes hard.
Yes. Not gonna talk about chicken on a channel during Black History Month.
I don't give a damn. I don't care. I really eat nothing but like chicken and some little bit of ground beef. I really don't even eat pork like that no more. Like, but that blue store chicken,
fried chicken,
fried.
They season it good.
Season it. Cross over the hump. Is it still over the hump, Adrian? It's been a minute since I've been down to Baton Rouge like that. Since I've been to Southern like that. But yeah, man. It look Friday. I mean Monday. Yeah, outside the back gate. Yeah, okay. So super chat, like I said, super chat me. Cash App her on Monday. Get these questions asked. We gotta pay some bills.
Jacksonians and Famuans. Ronald messy too. Y'all need to stop being so messy. See, you over there talking about how you make sure your channel get approved.
Like, it's approved. We're gonna have it approved.
Like, or how we gonna get our media passes? Some of y'all
we're gonna have it approved. Don't worry about that. Use that super chat, and also $4.99 for the membership, as everybody know. Trying to grow the membership. So like I said, this doesn't go out straight in my pocket. This goes towards the channel. So and if you want to be a member for us, Cash App.
They said you can't go to Southern after it gets dark, because if you go to Southern after it gets dark, it looks like the cemetery off of the Thriller music video.
Wow. A bit. I heard of Brothers. I went to Willie's. I haven't been to Brothers, but I went to Willie's. I don't want to go to Brothers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What's going on, Doc? Man, they are one of my Big Red Machine. They are one of my all-time favorite baseball teams too. So, hey, Charlie Hustle, Johnny, all those guys right there. Yes, I'm a baseball fan. So.
It's just a thriller nights.
Let's get off this daggone channel. We ain't got nothing that's better to do right now. It is 12 o'clock, midnight.
Get up.
I still got to be at work at 12 in the afternoon. That's what happens when you work retail. I know. But anyway, everybody, y'all be humble, stay blessed, stay safe, and always stay dangerous.
Stay dangerous. What does that even mean? Stay dangerous. I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying. Stay dangerous.
Stay dangerous with it. I was gonna say that.
Mr. Haynes sent $2.
He sent you $2.
No, he sent you $2.
Oh. See?
Did he ask a question?
Nah, he just sent $2.
He just sent $2.
Yeah, some people just send money. Shoot, I'm still trying to figure out the dude that sent the $200 to me that one time I had the show. I'm like, what's up?
No, I'm saying like, what's the question though? Is he asking you a question with it? Or
nah, he just donated.
Oh, okay.
He donate, you know.
That's what's up. I'm finna leave mine too then. Shoot. $2, Mr. Haynes. Send me my $2.
Give her $2. Oh, and another thing, if you have any ideas, any suggestions for the show, email me at hbcuoverdrive@gmail.com.
Oh, they can email you different topics that they want to do.
Right.
That's what's up. I would have never even. It's too much for me to even do my own. I don't know. I just taking suggestions. Y'all can drop them in the comments of the video.
Yeah.
Mr. Haynes said it's for the pettiness. Oh, he likes that.
That's Reggie.
Oh, that's Reggie. Reggie said $2 too. Okay. He said that it's petty.
Reggie is a good supporter of the show. So I'm not going to say anything. All right, Doc, you have a good night, sir. And we got to get some stuff talked about. We need to come back on the show because he dropped some history lessons. I still need to get my notebooks.
He stayed behind in the background today. He let us know that he was on the channel today. That's okay. We love when you come on and share your knowledge, though.
We do, because I sure need to break out my notebook pad, my notepad, so I can take some more notes. Come on now. I'm getting out the stream because y'all acting up, bro. Y'all acting.
Mr. Crook. What a name for a Southern fan. Crook. Good night, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Y'all have a good one, man. Peace out.